So if you would, just go ahead and get yourself comfortable, whether you're sitting up or laying down, whatever is comfortable for you. This is just allowing the body to relax. Just begin, if you wish, you can close your eyes and begin to bring your attention inwards and upwards to that place we call the seat of the soul, often referred to as the spiritualized center, the upper room, the third eye, just above the eyebrows, in the center and the top of the head. Just allow your attention to come focused here. Just letting go of any outer distractions and any inner distractions for that matter. Whether you have different thoughts or feelings, if your mind's just thinking about this and that, just begin to let it go as you bring your attention to this place of the soul. And just be aware as you come present here. Notice how this relaxation begins to move from the top of your head down through your body. And just letting that peace and stillness just move throughout your beingness, even into the space around you. Part of our job in meditation is to create a space where we can come into communion with that light and sound of God's loving. So as we come still, just begin to look inwards and upwards, what I like to call the inner spiritual sky. It may just be dark, or you may even see it as a starry night sky. However it appears is just fine. Just begin to look inwards and upwards into the sky. Allow your attention to focus on whatever inner light you may see. It is very common for a purple light to show up at this time. If you're aware of that purple light, or maybe a golden white light, just hold your attention on that. Allow your gaze to become focused upon this inner light. For this is the light of God's loving. And it is through this light in which we commune in loving with God. Just begin to open and invite that loving light to fill you and to surround you, allowing it to just permeate through your beingness. Just allowing God's loving to envelop you into every particle of your beingness. Just let that loving fill you completely. And as it's often known, to overflowing. Just continue to hold your attention, allowing this light to fill you. So in other words, just surrender. Open yourself fully, being vulnerable to receive that light of loving. If you wish, you can offer up a prayer, an invitation, a request, just asking for that divine presence in whatever way can assist you and be with you at this time to support you in your spiritual journey, whether in this world or the worlds beyond, into the realms of the Spirit. So I'm going to offer up a prayer. You can just listen as well as offer up your own. So Lord God, just now, we bow down before you, just opening ourselves, inviting your living light and sound to fill us and surround us. We ask that we are awakened and lifted back up into your beingness, that we may come to know the greater truth in living reality of who we are and our oneness with you. We ask for your guidance and support to assist us in fulfilling our lessons, in forgiving and letting go all that can be released at this time. And also that we may find true acceptance for all those things within ourselves and our lives around us, that we may begin to find peace and stillness, that all is okay, all is good. And if there's any karmas or distractions, attachments or fears or judgments of any kind, it can just be cleared and lifted at this time. We just ask in your grace, in your blessings, that this is done. We're open to receive all that you have for us, as well as we share our loving with you. For we understand this is a time of communion in which we both give and we receive. And so, Lord, as we move into this action of meditation in this sacred inner space, we move into that greater spiritual journey as we move ever closer to you. So let us just begin focusing once again now on that inner light, holding our attention steady. And now, just as we have received this loving, let us begin to share our loving with God, as this through our intention, our knowing, is that movement of the soul's loving. Just begin to share our loving with God now. Whether we see it, or hear it, or feel it, or simply know it. One of those ways in which God has given us to empower ourselves in sharing this loving is through that name of God, the hue, as well as the names of initiation. And so we can just bring that name, the hue, forward right now. I'm going to chant it out loud in a moment, just a few times. You're welcome to join in or just listen. And as we chant, just share your loving with God in this inner space. So just taking a deep breath, and on the exhale, we'll begin. You. You can continue chanting out loud or silently if you wish to continue with the hue. Of course, silently within if you wish to chant the names of initiation. So we're going to move into a time of silence now, just sharing our loving with God as we chant and sing that song of love, as well as receiving God's love for ourselves. So just continue and move into a place of observation, of watching and listening as we move into a deeper communion with the divine. Just begin to gently allow yourself to come back to the seat of the soul. Spend a few more moments chanting the hue, just allowing that loving to bring you more present, just into that frequency of God's blessings and light and sound, allowing the loving to move you and to awaken you into the greater truth of itself. Just take a few more moments in this inner quiet and peace, allowing yourself to be present. Just keep opening, allowing that loving to fill you as you're willing to receive. Just breathe it in, allowing it to fill you to overflowing. And of course, breathe it out. So breathe in the loving and breathe out the loving till it becomes one flow. Find yourself coming present and aware once again at the seat of the soul, awake, observing, watching and listening that inner movement. Take a few moments. If you have a journal nearby and you'd like to write in your journal any awarenesses, you're welcome to do that. Just take a few more moments inside, just being present. You're welcome to open your eyes whenever you wish. We did a little extra longer meditation today.
Oh, wow, we did.
Yeah, we did. We usually do about a half an hour, but we definitely went. Actually, I don't know when I started, but I'm sure it was, I don't know, probably a good 40 minutes or more. I don't know. Welcome back. All right. Wow. So, time for change. 'Tis the season for change, right? Here we are the last week of February, and for us, it's our first broadcast of the year, so I guess this is the beginning of the new year, almost 2 months in. Time for change. And I guess another way I would say it is moving through change. And that's a lot of what not only came present in the meditation now, but has been going on in our lives. And I know a lot of lives for many of you that we've heard from and have shared with. We had a wonderful time here a few weeks ago in Oahu. We had our first in-person gathering again for a retreat, as well as an open event initiates meeting over in Oahu. And of course, it was wonderful to be together in person again. And boy, does it move the energy. And there's definitely been a lot of change going on. And just to, look at that in your own life, of how do you move through change? Because some of us, like years ago, I used to welcome change. I would get excited about it. I was always looking forward to what's next or something new. It's more of an adventure for me. And in some ways it still is, but I'll have to say, as I've gotten older, I'm almost 60 now, that I don't handle the change quite like I used to, or maybe quite look forward to it with the enthusiasm as I used to. I still enjoy it though when it's happening, when I'm doing it. But I just know I used to move through it with much more of that sense of adventure and joy of learning, discovering something new, the curiosity of it all. And that's really how I started the spiritual pathway. Back when I was 23, literally this time of year, back in 1989, is when I was really just to the first couple months into what I'd call my spiritual awakening this lifetime, where I really started to wake up and become aware of, should we just say, beyond the physical, other realities, dimensions, realms beyond the physical. And I was just finishing college. I was literally in my last couple months of classes. I was just going part-time and working part-time. And when this woke up for me, it was just such a joy. I mean, man, it was, talk about brand new. I mean, just traveling somewhere and discovering some other place, brand new is fun in itself. But when you begin the spiritual journey and the adventure of that travel, that's a whole other thing. I used to have the jokes that when I wasn't able to really afford much travel physically back in the day. And so I always joke around and said, well, out of body travel is free. And man, the scenery is much more interesting. And boys, was that true and is that true to this day? That these, what we could call soul journeys, where we, the soul, are really on this journey of awakening spiritually, when that time comes. And for most people who come to ILM or are listening, like those of you present here, it's often that you've come to that place where something is stirring in you or already has, and you find yourself maybe more than curious about what is the spiritual journey, what is this action of meditation, what are we doing here, what are these, out-of-body experiences, spiritual experiences, or maybe just you want more loving, accepting, and forgiving in your life. Just whatever we would call spiritual, whatever that is to you, that something is stirred within you to even bring you here to listen to this. And it's just really looking at that is stirring within us, because it's inside of all of us. And we each have our own, if you want to call it, unique journeys. We all share many things in common, but of course we have our unique journeys as far as how the details look in our own lives. And of course that's special to us because it's about us and our lives. But how do we handle or move through this process that we can often call change? Like I said, when I was 23, I welcomed it. I was so excited, and boy, I had a lot of changes for many years when I started the spiritual journey, even physically. Oh my God, I was moving a lot physically even, and just pursuing really more of the inner journey, but even on the outer experiences, what I was involving myself with different people, different groups. And it was such a joy to learn, even on the physical level, but of course I always did it to support the inner journey. I would always go into my meditation and really look forward to my next experience because it was always new, something exciting to look forward to. And that's where the adventure was for me. And it still is really. It's just slowed down a little bit, maybe a lot bit. And I find more of the joy of my adventure as well in sharing or being of service, as we sometimes call it here. And so, of course, life has its changes and different situations, obviously, we're going to respond differently to. But I'm kind of talking more in general. How do we handle change, or how do we move through change? Because change happens, right? I made that joke, that old shift happens, right? I changed it, I did an F in there, right? Shift happens. So when things shift in our lives, well, of course, it's referring to change, when something changed in life. It's like the seasons. I mean, we're kind of finishing winter season here and beginning the spring season. And it's a time of rebirth, renewal, things, blossoming. And what do we do with that? I mean, my birthday's in the spring, so I'm I guess a spring baby in that way. So I was born in this season, end of April there. And I've always looked forward to it for the reasons I'm saying. I always enjoyed that renewal, rebirth is more the adventure for me. But I know that's not the case for all of us. Some of us, we are afraid to let go of the current situations or what we've experienced, the habits, the routines that we've developed, the attachments we've made, whether we are comfortable with it or not, whether we like it or not, even if it's a routine we don't like, but maybe we're so habitually used to it that we're afraid of any change or anything else or something different. I know for me, as I've gotten older and, since I've had 3 back surgeries, and getting around is not at all like what it used to be for me. Very different, obviously, with all the fitness stuff I used to do and be more active. Well, I'm a little bit more limited now. So that itself has been a big change for me, as to what I can do physically. So I've had to slow down, and it's funny, I've always been a little bit more the wild child, like, yeah, let's go for it type of a thing. And I mean, I used to play sports, and then all the outdoor activities. I keep looking out here because we've got a big sliding glass door and we see the ocean here. And it just reminds me of growing up in Michigan. I grew up on the lake. And so we did a lot of beach or water activities. We had a sailboat, we'd go sailing and water skiing and playing down on the beach and the waves and swimming and fishing and all that goes with that. And so that's kind of my childhood growing up with, and so I've always loved that, and it was always active. And now even, I used to do more snorkeling, but now with the waves and other things there, after my last back surgery, the doctor made it very clear to me, you've got to be extra careful now, because we cannot redo that 3rd surgery, because you've got to be extra careful, because you're in a place we can't really do this. So you've got to be careful now. In other words, I can't just go willy-nilly like I used to. Well, I could, but then there's greater the risk of that injury, which could lead to greater limitation, of course, let alone the pain that goes with it. So, at first, of course, it bothered me, put a little fear in me, but then over time, as I healed and relaxed and started doing more, it was like, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. And I had to adjust with the changes of being less active, not doing all the things that I used to be able to do, and a lot out of more caution, just so I wouldn't hurt myself, right? We hear in this journey of take care of yourself. And when we say that here in ILM, we mean mentally, emotionally, physically, and especially spiritually. In the meditation we do here, just like we did, is that main priority, that main way we take care of ourselves spiritually. But then as we do that, that as we now move into that taking care of ourselves spiritually, it's opening up to that greater knowing in beingness of loving. And loving itself is more nurturing. And when you talk about self-care, well, loving itself, nothing is greater than loving to heal anything or to take care of. I don't even want to use the word healing, but for healing, loving is what does the healing. But sometimes we may mistake what healing really means even. I've discovered that loving in its healing doesn't necessarily mean physically healing. And it doesn't even necessarily mean emotional or mental healing. But it can be all of that, because that all happens too. When we open to loving and let it move, there's truly miracles that can happen that people would call that. But as we really more go into spirit more deeply, we begin to see that loving in its normal or natural process, these things people would call miracles, is actually a normal, ordinary process of what takes place spiritually. And what I've come to learn over all the years, and you've heard us, of course, but if there's anybody new listening, if you go back and listen to any of our talks, we've talked about, there's not much more new to talk about anymore. We just, talk about it different ways, or maybe a little new story will show up here and there. But a lot of when a healing takes place, it's really more of, we use the word karma. Karma, we define in ILM as unlearned lessons. So when we learn a lesson by going through life experiences, we learn through those experiences. So when we learn something and are complete with that learning, we fulfilled the lesson, what was there for our soul to experience, whether physically or imaginationally or emotionally or mentally or even unconsciously. Learning takes place on all these levels. It's the soul that is experiencing all these different levels of consciousness, okay? So the soul's going to learn through all these different levels. And as it completes that learning, it's called karma's done, the lessons learned. So when it does it, it lets go. It's freed up. And when that karma is freed or lifted, that's when we'll often see a healing or see a change or a transformation. And it's important to realize this, because so many times we may force ourselves or try to will something. And when we do that, we often won't see the change. So we'll push harder, we'll judge ourselves thinking we're doing it wrong or something's not right. We'll put ourselves through this process when we're trying to will something into expression or manifestation or experience, whatever that is we're looking for. And when it's the willfulness, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying we pay attention, we'll learn when we're trying to make something happen, as opposed to when we're allowing something to happen, okay? The ego has a willfulness of trying to make it happen. And that ego, we can just call it our thoughts and feelings kind of all jumbled together, trying to get its way, right? But when we allow something, that's more of a movement of spirit. Our soul's loving, that grace, if you want to call it that, of the Holy Spirit. And it's that movement. Are we coming from a place of loving? Or are we coming from a place of willfulness, trying to make something happen? And that's part of the journey of awakening, is paying attention to what we're doing inside of ourselves. Because that is often going to be one of our biggest indicators. Because Jim and I often get questions, how do I know if I'm coming from my soul or coming from the ego, or I'm following the guidance of spirit? Well, these are some of the ways to pay attention to that, to see, because it's all inside. I know we all want the physical manifestations, and those happen here and there, but most of the journey is more of an inner process of awareness inside of ourselves. And it's often called the inner kingdom, or here we like to say self-awareness or self-study. And it's really becoming more awake and aware spiritually of what's happening inside. And yes, it means we got to pay attention to our thoughts and feelings as well. But as we do, we'll become more aware and we'll see within ourselves, as I was saying, these lessons or these karmas, that as the lessons get fulfilled, there's indicators like, wow, I'm not interested anymore. I've just lost interest. It's done. I don't care about it anymore. Like, well, whatever. Where years ago, or maybe not too long ago, you're like, wow, yeah, this is exciting. This is new. I'm enjoying this. See the difference? When something's new, if there's that learning where it's like, wow, yeah, when it's new, that's why like I was saying earlier, springtime, or when I started my spiritual awakening this life, there's more of that excitement, okay? But of course, over time, and I've referred it to like school, we go through first grade, second grade, third grade, right? So every year you're learning something and then you're completing and now moving to the next grade. Well, life experience is the same way. So as we learn something, it'll complete. There's a natural process of learning and completion. Then it drops away and we move on to the next thing, just like we do in grade school, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. So life is no different. And it's important to acknowledge the natural flow of life and to move with it, just like the seasons change. New experience, present experience, old experience, right? The future, the present, the past. Okay, so there's this flow of life. It's like a movie, right? Film frame after film frame, and all together you get this storyline. Well, that's our lives, just in this flow. And when we try to hang on to any, in a sense, film frame, or a moment of time, and we try to hang on to that, that's called attachment, right? We may have had an experience that we really, really enjoyed, so we try to hang on to that and want to keep living it, repeating it. But the way life works, it's a flow. You can't hang on. You've got to let it keep going because you've had the experience and that has served you and you learned what you needed to out of it, but then life is moving us along. But if we keep trying to hang on to those things that we've experienced in the past, what are we doing? Well, in some ways we can hang on to a degree, even as life is happening, as we try to select these certain things out of those experiences, we start accumulating that, right? So we have this memory bank, not only mentally, but we've got emotional memories, body memory, imaginational memory. And so we start accumulating these things. And the more we accumulate or hang on, well, that's a lot of what people call karma, right? Your unfinished business. And that accumulation over time, as it builds up, especially as we get older, right, over the years, let alone the lifetimes, I'm just keeping it simple in this life. You add on the other lifetimes, there's a lot of accumulation. So as we accumulate this, it begins to bog us down, right? It holds us down, it pulls us down. Some people would call that suppression. And I like to just say it's the gravity, the weight of all these things we've accumulated that we have held on to that have bogged us down. Well, those are karmic attachments. And as we move into the spiritual journey, a big part of the spiritual journey is also now beginning to release or let go of these attachments, these accumulations. And so as we open up not only to spirit and the movement of loving, well, as we do, it now reawakens, re-enlivens us, and gets us back into more of the flow of life. Okay, so as we get in that river of loving, the river of life, and that flow happens, well, when it does, then those old accumulations will start coming up naturally. because spirit is a movement of upliftment. It will lift us up, but it'll also lift up all those old accumulations. So as these things come up out of our consciousness, and they come up to that place in which spirit is going by, which is really here, spiritual level, but they can move into all the levels, the Holy Spirit, that as it lifts these up, it starts to carry them away, okay? I hope I'm making this really simple and natural, but this is how spirit works. That as we open and allow spirit to do what it does, it itself, we call it grace, we call it loving, we call it forgiveness. It's a movement where the loving will begin to wash or cleanse, purify. People use all those words. These old accumulations. And of course, it's the old accumulations that not only weigh us down, but those are the things that you could say are the causes of the different symptoms that we may have, like physical illnesses, mental and emotional disturbance. Like, right, I said we may hang on to a nice experience from our past. Well, most of us are used to hearing about past childhood trauma or other traumatic experiences in life, that those traumatic things are what we call the negative experiences. So we've got the positive and the negative that now have accumulated that we have held on to. In truth, it doesn't matter whether it was a positive experience or a negative experience. If we hang on to it and accumulate it, that's what causes the problems, okay? So when we find ourselves in disturbance, out of balance, dis-ease, out of harmony, whatever you want to call it, this is what's taken place. So this action of now not only opening up to God and meditation and the movement of loving, well, we also have techniques such as forgiveness. We all have heard about forgiveness. What is that about? It's about letting go. Literally letting go of all these old accumulations, positive and negative, traumatic or pleasurable, whatever it is, releasing, okay? And that's literally all we need to do, is just keep looking up and let this release. Say, God, I give this up to you. I forgive myself for holding on. I forgive myself for reacting. I forgive myself for judging. Whatever that is, I forgive other people who I reacted with. I forgive the situations. So we're doing this process of letting go. And as we do, guess what? Well, it creates a space inside of us now where the loving can fill us up and replace where all those accumulations have been. So we start to get filled up to overflowing with loving. It's a very natural process. It's replacing one thing with another, okay? So that's kind of the process of how it works in a simplistic way, but it does, to be aware of. And if we participate with that action, we avail ourselves so that it can happen, okay? But I found often that as it does happen, that as these old accumulations come up, that there's also where the temptation is. That if something comes up that was very painful or traumatic or very pleasurable and we really loved, when that's coming up, like if we're opening in meditation to spirit to take these things, that as these things are brought up, often as they come up in our awareness, we may react and hold on to them, when we are meant to let them go so that we can release ourselves to keep moving forward with the natural flow of life. That as these old things come up, we start to react and hold on now. And that's where the challenge is that holding on. That holding on is where we hurt ourselves. So just in the beginning, I talked about self-care, loving ourselves and allowing the loving to assist us in this process of self-care, taking care of ourselves in loving ways. So a lot of this process is being aware of those things we're now holding on to. That's often the first step, is having awareness. But when we become aware of that, well, first you need to have awareness to be able to do anything, right? If you're unaware of it, how can you do anything with it? So in awareness, you say, oh wow, this is I'm still in reaction, I'm still holding on, I'm incomplete with whatever this past experience was. And those are the things we want to look at in life to begin to forgive, to accept, to love, to let go of. And a lot of that can all be done inside of ourselves through an inner process, such as a meditation, or why we have like our LAF Laugh Workbook, as a written process to help move through these things. Or sometimes we need to go take a physical action, like go talk to somebody, share with somebody that something we've been holding back, positive or negative. Sometimes you need to go tell somebody you love them because you've been holding back. Or sometimes you need to go tell somebody how you've held back, how much upset you've been in with them. It can be whatever it is what I'm saying, positive or negative. Sometimes we need to take a physical action to move that energy to be able to release it. And that's part of the journey for us to look at and discover and learn by allowing ourselves to take different actions, both inwardly and outwardly. But it's having the willingness to do it that's important. And we need to really first come into acceptance of what's going on and then take action with it. Okay? This pathway we're sharing here in ILM has a very unique focus. That focus really is about the soul's liberation. It's twofold. I like to say it's two sides of the same coin. One, the real action, what's going on is that we, the soul, are waking back up to our oneness with God, right? But the other side of the coin is, well, to do that, we're also in the process of letting go of all these things we've attached ourselves to in our thoughts and our feelings and our imagination and physical experience. So we've got to both let go as well as let God, right? Let go, let God, yeah, two sides, same coin. That's where we have a personal responsibility to ourselves and taking care of ourselves to practice loving, accepting, forgiving, to assist ourselves in letting go so that we move back into that natural flow of loving itself. So the meditation is waking us up and we're loving and moving towards God. And then the LAF type of processes is now forgiving and letting go the things that we've held on to that have held us from that process of waking up. Okay, that's the simplicity. So what do we do with it though? Well, one, it's just doing it like we share here. And a lot of what I said earlier, change is just happening all the time, right? But how do we move through it? How do we handle that? And that is where it really lies. It's not about change happening. It's about what we do with it, how we handle it. That's what makes a difference. Like I said earlier, are we hanging on to things? Or are we letting go and being grateful for the experiences we've had and let them go and realize, wow, I've had some wonderful experiences and some terrible experiences. Thank you, God, for all of this. And I let that go and welcome what's next. Welcome what's next, what's new, right? So let's look at that in life, especially right now, in the beginning of a newer year. The old year's done, let it go. New Year's here, welcome it. But if we're holding on out of fear or out of whatever from the past because we fear the future, well, we're basically caught in our own game, right? We just screwed ourselves. Do you really want to fear the future and try to stop it from happening? Do you really want to hold on to the past anymore? Or would you rather truly live in the present and be open to that movement of loving and grace? We hear this all the time, right? In most spiritual groups you go to, they talk about living in the here and the now. Live in the present. Be here, be now. be present. Because in truth, spiritually, all there is the present. Everything in the past is but a fleeting memory. Anything in the future is what? But a hope, a wish. It's a fantasy. We only truly can live here and now in the present. But yet, what we do in ourselves with the past and the future is what keeps us caught up, attached, and trapped by this process. If there's things in the future that we're hoping for, wishing for, really wanting, right, trying to make happen, we're holding ourselves back, let alone holding back those things that are really meant to come to us anyway, on any level, whether it's a physical experience or spiritually, right? Through the astral, causal, mental, etheric, and soul realm, spiritual realms. So we've got to open up to that. We've got to allow it. We've got to receive and give. Receive and give. Isn't it funny, even the first breath of life when we're born physically is an in-breath. We have to receive life. And then when we die, the last breath is what? An out-breath. Isn't that interesting? Breathe in, breathe out. There you go. Movement of life. So are you doing both? Are you breathing in, not only physically, are you breathing in, receiving? Are you breathing in and receiving what God's bringing you through that flow of life? And are you breathing out and letting go now what you have experienced, what you've digested, right? What you've integrated, partook of, and now breathe out and let it go. Okay? We're just moving back into the natural flow. And the more we do this, well, on every level, there's these currents. Just like our physical life unfolds a certain way, well, the soul has life on these other levels, the astral realm, the realm of imagination, the emotional realm, the mental realm, the unconscious realm, the soul realm. So we're experiencing multidimensionally all at the same time we're going through life here physically. So if we open to all of it, well, then life's not just a horizontal experience, right? Past, present, future, but it's also now a vertical experience. But that vertical experience is lived here and now in the present. So we've got to go inside, right here, I point here, the seat of the soul. We've got to come back into the soul of who we are, because that soul is what is multidimensional, all-knowing, that exists simultaneously through all these realms, not just the physical, okay? So as we become present in the soul, we can become more aware of these different levels, but also now begin this process of a life flow vertically now, where we're moving upwards, not just the future coming down the timeline of time and space, and then moving to the past, but now we're beginning to rise vertically and literally rise above the timelines. Because that present moment, spiritually, is not based on the future or the past. It's only here in the present. So we've got to now look up, rise above the horizontal timelines, and look up into the present moment. That's the pathway of freedom and liberation, right? A lot of people look to the future, thinking the future is going to be better. Oh, I'm going to have a better life. The world, we're finally going to have 1,000 years of peace. Oh my God, things are going to get better. And guess what? We've been doing that life after life. Look at history, always the same. There's birth and death, birth and death. That's this realm of time and space. But in our attachment, we keep playing the game. Well, it'll be better next life. It'll be better tomorrow. It'll be better next year. It'll be whatever, okay? So we just get hooked again and again and again, playing the games over and over, no matter whether it's a short time or a long time. We just keep playing the game. till eventually we realize, man, this game is rigged, right? This game is rigged. I keep being led to believe that it's gonna get better, so I keep praying and hoping and moving towards it. And then sometimes it does, but then it gets worse again, right? It's like I said earlier, wow, it's all exciting in the beginning, and now that which was exciting is maybe like old and like, oh my God, I wish I didn't have this anymore. I wish I could let it go, but yet it keeps hanging on. It was so wonderful in the beginning, but now it's horrible. And so then we struggle with letting go. Kind of like as we age, right? If we're newer and younger, all the energy, vitality, and ability, it's fun to discover and learn and do new things. And as we get older, right, just like I was talking about myself earlier, it's like harder, we're not able to do as much. We're like, oh my God, okay. I'm getting tired of this physical life. I'm ready to move on now. Yeah, it'd be nice to not have this body anymore because of its limitations. And this world's getting old anyway. You're laughing. This world's getting old. I've had enough. I've experienced enough. I don't really care anymore. All right, I'm looking forward to the after this life. But the question is, are you looking forward to the next physical life after this life? Or are you looking up to the afterlife spiritually? And that's a decision we all get to make. And our choices will determine what that's really going to be. Are we going to just do another life physically? Because we haven't really learned yet. We just got tired because the body got old, but yet there's more we want to experience. Or are we in a place where like, I think I've had enough of this experience here. Not only this life, but if every life is like this, things may change over the times, but if every life, this is what physical life is like, I might be ready to move on to a different experience. Instead of now incarnating into a physical life, maybe it's time for me to really truly move into the spiritual life of the soul, into the spiritual realms, back into the soul realm and the realm of the spirit, beyond time and space, beyond the mind, beyond the emotions, beyond our imagination, and certainly beyond our physical body and our experiences here. And at some point, every single soul is going to come to this awareness, let alone conclusion, and make new choices, different choices. And even when we make those choices of like, you know what, I think I'm ready to begin that spiritual journey, the spiritual life beyond this repetitive physical experience. But then how do I do that? I know how to do the physical life. I've grown up doing this. I learned how to live in this world. How do I do the spiritual life? Well, you've come to the right place. That's what we do here. And that is the real action of the meditation we do. The initiation, the sacred names of God, the spiritual principles we teach of loving, accepting, forgiving, and all that we do here is a way to begin to really live more the spiritual life. And as we do, like I said earlier, there's a natural process as we live more into the truth of the spiritual, that physical, mental, emotional process just washes away. It's a natural process. But we just have to be willing to let nature take its course, okay? Just like we talk about letting nature take its course physically, well, I'm talking the spiritual nature, the nature of the soul, the nature of loving. It also has a natural course, and it doesn't always look the same as the physical. It definitely doesn't look the same as the physical, but there's a similarity in the process of its unfolding. We just have to start partaking and participating with that spiritual flow now and let it begin to replace the physical flow, right? Breathe it in and breathe it out. Natural process, like a plane taking off, right? First it's on the runway horizontal, but when you get the wind and you get going fast enough, well then you're able to ride the wind and it takes off and starts going up and up and up. And if it's a rocket, well you can take off straight up, right? Well, that's kind of what we're doing here when we meditate. You know, the more we do it, we're gaining that speed and momentum till eventually that wind called the Holy Spirit, now we get going enough with the meditation and our focus inwards and upwards that we start catching that wind of the Holy Spirit. And then that wind catches us and starts to lift us. And it's that lifting action of that wind of the Holy Spirit upon which we, the soul, want to ride. And the action of meditation, chanting the Hu or Ana Hu, or the sacred names of we give an initiation, just the continuous process of that to go higher and higher. And so it's just beginning to learn about this. We try to share it like I am now in its simplicity, because it really is actually simple. We just have to participate with it and do it. And then in that, that's where when we learn to surrender and let God now carry us on that wind, because God will. And this is the part where in that process, it's funny to use the word learn, but we learn, or really maybe a better way to say would be, we begin to become more aware that we of ourselves cannot do this. We've so used to of ourselves doing in the world, right? We've learned through the ego, through the mind, the emotions, the body, how to do things for ourselves. So we've got used to being willful, right? Our will be done. Well, I'm going to do it. I'll make it happen, right? And we're taught that, right? Well, you got to go do it if you want it to happen, right? If like through school, you got to go do the homework if you're going to learn. So we've been educated, we've trained ourselves how to do through the ego, the mind, emotions, and body. And we're still utilizing that by, like I said, learning the meditation, learning the spiritual principles. But in this process, we're going to learn that the ego can only do so much. I like to say the ego's job is just to prepare the place, right? To prepare the place for that wind of the Holy Spirit to come in. But we can prepare and run down that runway, but if there's not that wind, if there's not that other action going to help give us that lift, we're going to just keep running on that runway. Well, that's what the ego's doing in this world. It's just running around this world, this runway, covering the world. Well, we blanketed the world now, and everybody's trying to explore outer space. Well, that's just the unconscious, subconscious in humanity, not realizing or aware yet of that's what the soul's trying to do. So what we're doing here is answering that call, that longing of the soul that it knows inherently to now take off. But in that process, we are going to learn the ego cannot do it. It is only the soul of who we are with the action of God's loving that we call the Holy Spirit, the Great Spirit, whatever you want to call it. And no, it's not universal consciousness. I hate to say it, but a lot of people who use that, cosmic consciousness, universal consciousness, that's all wonderful, but I hate to let you know that's still the mind. A lot of people don't realize they're talking about the mind. And that's fine. We all are going to learn, and at some point, the mind's, that's the game of the mind. The mind's still trying to do it, even when it gets these higher levels that are beyond what you can experience in our normal physicality. There really is a God. There really is a Holy Spirit. There really is a soul. The mind does not want to acknowledge that, because as soon as it does, it loses its control. And therein is the biggest challenge of this process of the soul's awakening and liberation. So at some point, When we have been willful, we've tried to do it all ourselves, over and over, we wished, we hoped, we prayed like hell, prayed like heaven, to get it our way. Well, that's what we're mostly doing in prayer, right? And when we pray, aren't we trying to get our way? God, heal them, heal me, make it better. Make my life easier. Bring me all the money I need, everything I want. It's often what we pray for. At some point, we're going to realize when we're just alone and in ourselves, that in truth, we're powerless. And that is one of the hardest things for the ego to accept. The ego believes it's all powerful, it can do everything. Okay? But at some point, something in life is going to bring us to that point where we're going to realize the fallacy of that belief of the ego. And it's not fun. It's not easy. I'll tell you that. It's one of the hardest things when we confront the ego and the game or the illusion that it's in control, it knows everything, it can do whatever it wants. But the blessing is when we come to that point, as hard as it may be, the blessing is we're going to also then realize I need to let go. I need to give up. Wasn't it funny? Give up. I need to give up to God. That's why we always say, give up to God. Look up, give up. We don't say give down, give sideways, give diagonally. We say give up. Most people think giving up, though, is defeat. I'm a failure. I had to give up. I couldn't do it. Well, for the ego, it is. That's exactly what the ego believes, the ego thinks. It is a defeat and failure for the ego, but not the soul. The soul's going, hooray, finally the ego lets go of control. But the ego will try to convince you through all your fears, all your judgment, every belief system, will make it 100% reasonable, logical, why you should do what you should do or shouldn't do what you shouldn't do. That's what the ego does. But like I said, eventually we're going to come to this place where we've gone through all of that, and now we're in a place or situation where like, wow, none of that matters anymore. What am I going to do now? I am powerless. Well, that may seem like one of the hardest, worst times of your life, but in truth, it's actually the best time, because that's the point where now you let go. And that letting go is so important, because when you truly, truly let go of that ego, mind, emotions, trying to control everything, and you surrender, that surrendering is the point where now the soul begins to awaken and move towards its freedom. That's what the spiritual journey is. That's the spiritual path that takes place. And that's what we support here. I know this is hard for the ego. A lot of people will fight this. I did for a while. Every single ego will fight this until it realizes, okay, I'm not all powerful. I don't even know where I came from or what gave me life or where's life going after I die. So the ego lives in fear. It was born, so it knows it's going to die. So at some point, the ego's got to bow down and surrender and say, I give up. It is that giving up, though, where the magic takes place. Because that's literally where the Holy Spirit can come in now and begin to lift you and awaken you, the soul that is conscious and aware. And all you've done is fallen asleep as you, in a sense, bow down to the ego, let the ego run the show. But now as you're in your process of spiritually awakening, now you're letting go of the ego. So now once again, the Spirit can come in not universal consciousness, the Holy Spirit, truly God's loving in action, and now begin to lift the soul, to awaken the soul. So this action of surrendering, bowing down, giving up is the best thing we can do, and we will have to do in order for the soul to truly awaken and liberate. Okay? It's funny because it's the hardest thing for the ego, and it is the easiest thing for the soul to do. And the soul is who we really are. We've just lost sight of it through the mind, emotions, imagination, and body. That's all. It's really a pretty simple thing. That's why I say that's all. It's just, it takes years of this process of living life to finally realize that. So if you are finding yourself in change, in having a hard time with whatever the change is going on, just remember this. Make it easy on yourself. To take care of yourself, the easiest thing to do is to bow down and give up. Surrender that control and willfulness of the ego. And now allow that action of your soul with God's loving to take place. And automatically, it's going to lift you up. It's going to wake you up. It's going to free you of all these accumulations or karmas I talked about of the past that have been suppressing you, oppressing you, weighing you down. These things will just start to come up and let go and release. All as a natural movement of that spirit of loving. And all we got to do is surrender and let it happen. But we've got to give up our willfulness to God's will. God, thy will be done. I let go of my will, thy will be done. And then we've got to look to God though. And that's done spiritually. Most people say, Lord, thy will be done. And then they're looking to the future to what's physically going to come. You got to let go of that. You can have your hopes and wishes, but you've got to let go of trying to make that happen. You've got to just say, Lord, thy will be done. In the present moment, look up. In and up. Even though I'm looking up physically, you want to close your eyes and look up spiritually. And let God's loving unfold you. And in that movement of loving vertically, spiritually, well, when it's time, the inner knowing will come forward that's going to support you to do what you need to do to take care of yourself physically, mentally, and emotionally. And then it's a movement of loving, not the ego trying to figure it out, will it into manifestation, do it itself. Okay? That's the old way. That's just built karma and accumulated all these attachments holding you down. The new way is upliftment and loving, liberation. That's up to you. So how do you handle change? Do you want the changes going on in the world and your own personal life to keep accumulating and dragging you down by the gravity of it because you're afraid of it, of the future, or you don't want to let go of the past? Are you willing to let go of all of that and now really focus inwards and upwards and let God handle it and literally lift you out of it all? And while you're still here, transform what's coming down the line so that whatever experience is coming for you physically now is there to serve you in this process of upliftment rather than now drag you down like what your past has been doing because you've been holding on. So let go, let God, and here's how. You've got to do the meditation. I hate to say it like I have to, but it is. If you don't do something different, you're going to keep getting the same thing you've gotten, right? If you want something new, you've got to do something different. And if you're here really wanting to know and experience, not just know, this isn't about philosophy or intellectual information here we share. We share applicable techniques of what you can actually do to actually have experience. This isn't a theology or philosophy we teach. This is a living, applicable experience. And that's the key in all of it. So do what you can to let go of those fears of the future, or even excitement of the future. Could be that too. And definitely as far as letting go of the past. Well, how do I know if I'm hanging out of the past? Well, if you find yourself reminiscing, talking about the past, the good old days, if that's all you do all the time, that's letting you know you're hanging on to the past. Not only living in the past, you're hanging on to the past, okay? So if you find yourself doing that, it's okay. Don't make any of this wrong. These are just indicators that in your awareness, if you pay attention, you'll see what your behaviors or patterns are, to see what's holding you back, let alone holding you back, as well as holding you attached, or whether you're moving forward and upwards, okay? Just pay attention and then take the appropriate actions for really the direction you want to go, let alone the experience you want to have. And that even comes to the point right up to our last breath, especially the last breath. What do you want to do as you're coming up to that last breath? Do you want to keep looking to the future physically and reincarnate? That's fine if you do. And that's what'll happen if you keep holding on to the past. Just because you come to the last breath of this life, if you haven't let go of the past, or if you have a vision of the future, you'll reincarnate and keep at it, right? But if you really want to have a different future and not one that's repeating the past of what you've already done over and over and over, then we got to start looking in and up. And literally right through that last breath, because especially then is where God has a wonderful opportunity for you in store, if that is truly what you would like. And believe me, when we pass to the other side, that's going to be presented anyway. That's there, especially if you're doing this pathway. You've got that grace of the Holy Spirit with you that's going to literally lay out the path before you to now return spiritually. Or do you want to keep repeating the past and live another life? It's freedom of choice. We're here to support you in your liberation and going home to God. The action of grace and the Holy Spirit is going to support you in that. We're just servants of that. We know we're powerless. We really actually have no say whatsoever. We're just here to serve that action of God's will, that action of upliftment and grace of the Holy Spirit, and to just share our understanding, our experience, our knowing of that. But then it's up to you to make the choices you want. We're here to just support and love you, regardless of the choices you make, knowing that one day you are going to wake up and make that choice of God first and God only. At some point. All right. Would you like to share?
Sure. Okay. Got a shift in my mind now, been listening to what you were saying. Recently I had a gentleman who asked to speak with me for a while and to learn more about this pathway because he was very interested in it. And but he didn't want to take a move towards anything until he really could grasp it, could understand it. And so we were talking, and I said, you know, as I'm talking with you, all I keep getting is this one question that keeps coming up inside of me. And I know what the question is, but I'm surprised that it's the question that you would want to ask. And he said, well, what is it? And I said, you want to know the day you're going to die. And he said, oh my God, that's really what I want to know. That's why I'm going around and talking to all these people and asking things, trying to find somebody who can tell me the day I'm going to die so I can kind of prepare for that. And I said, the only way you can prepare for that is to take this moment and really live it to the fullest. And to live it to the fullest means to live it with full and interdimensional awareness, mentally, emotionally, physically, astrally, all of it. And in that, the highest part of that interdimensional consciousness is your soul. And so you want to begin to learn how to wake up to your own soul and live more from the soul down and up than from any other component of the consciousness, because the soul is limitless. The soul can go anywhere. It can go up and down, side by side. It can go, in many different dimensions, many different realms, because it has no limitation. All these other components of self have limitation, and they have no real control over anything other than just that momentary place that they are in, that is their realm, such as the mind, or the emotions, or the imagination, or the physical body. And so when you ask, when are you going to die, where is that question coming from? And why do you really need to know that? And he said, well, let me ask you this, though, before I answer that. Can you tell me? And I said, no. That's the one thing I'm not given permission to look at and see, because that's in God's hands, not in mine, not in yours, not in the world. It's in God's hands, and God is the one who chose when this body would take its first breath. And he breathed in that first breath and gave life to the body. When God infused the soul into the body with that breath. And you've been breathing that breath ever since. And God is the only one who knew the moment that breath was going to come in. And God is the only one that knows when that last breath will go out. And no one can tell you exactly when that's going to be, because it's in God's timing, not yours, not in the world's. And he looked at me and he said, well, that's a good answer, but that's not the answer I want. And I said, so you've asked it before. What answer have you gotten? And he said, I've gotten several. I've gotten three what I think are pretty good answers. And yet none of them are the same. Nothing is close. And I just need to know. And I said, well, then I would say, if you need to know that, then spend time inside every day in meditation. And let God tell you the timing of your life. Nobody else knows it. I don't know it. Nobody else knows it. And if somebody's saying that they know, it's a guessing game on their part. And they're just trying to look good to you, because I know how God functions. I know how God's will works. And God is not going to share with anybody the day, the time, the moment that death will come. Because that is God's doing. And nobody else has any say over it. We don't have say over it, and no one else in the world has a say or a knowing over it. So spend time in meditation every day, and do that meditation with a focus of unifying yourself with God, coming into union with God once again, consciously, knowingly, and let God give you that answer that you're asking. Because God is the only one that can answer that. And he looked at me and he said, so what you're trying to tell me is I need to do this meditation that you are talking about and preaching about to everybody. And I said, well, I wouldn't say we preach about it. We do share about it. We do share how to do the meditation, why to do the meditation, and we share a certain type of meditation that we know works. And we know it wakes you up to the highest part of your beingness, not just in parts of your beingness. Where some meditations wake you up in the astral level or in the causal level, which is the emotional, or in the mind, or even into the etheric realm, where there is nothing, that is absolutely a void, a big nothingness. We wake up in soul, and soul is the beginning of waking up to the greater truth beyond this physical realm, beyond this physical creation. We wake up to that which is our true spirit, and in that we wake up in spirit to all that is true of the spirit. And part of that is God. We wake up in the knowing of God. So he looked at me and he said, "So how long does this take?" And I said, "Now that's a good question. It takes as long as it takes. It takes as long as how much time we give into it, how much work and time and devotion and awareness we give attention to it. The more we spend in meditation, the more we stay focused in meditation, the quicker we're going to wake up, the faster we're going to come into the knowing of things, the more we're going to have inner experience and know a greater truth beyond the truth that anything that the mind can comprehend. The mind can only comprehend itself, the mental realm, and below. It cannot comprehend anything above it. The emotional self can comprehend only that which is of the emotional nature and anything below it. So it can't comprehend the mind or the unconscious or anything of the spirit. That's just how nature works. So if you really want to know the greater truth of all truths, you've got to wake up in spirit. You've got to wake up your soul and then wake up your soul into the greater realms above it. And your mind can't do that. And that's what you're trying to do, is you're trying to mentalize everything. You're trying to figure it out through the mind. And you think that if the mind can do it for you, and then you'll have the answer. And that I can guarantee it won't. You won't have the answer. You'll have a part of an answer possibly, a tidbit of it, but you're not going to have the wholeness of anything until you wake up in your soul and beyond. That's where you experience the wholeness. That's where you wake up and know the truth and not just speculate it. And right now you're speculating on all things. Even as these people that answered, "When are you going to die?" they speculated on and gave you dates, times, how, events, whatever. And he said, "Well, that's interesting because that's kind of what happened." One of them told me a date and said I was going to die midday that day. Another one told me an event and said, "It's after I have this event in my life that I will die." And another one told me that I was going to wake up in my dream and I would know in that dream the day I was going to die, which would be the next day. And so I've written them down, I look at them, but it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how any of that is all going to come together as one. And I said, and it's not, because they are speculating. They're guessing. They know that you're not going to know until the day you die when that moment is. So they can be possibly right. They can be possibly wrong. But for you, you don't know that. And you're going to live to try to fulfill what they have said to you. Do you really want to do that and miss a lot of your life? Or do you want to begin to live your life much more fully? And he said to me, he said, "Damn it, you're making me mad." And I said, "Well, I'm not here to make you mad. I'm not trying to argue with you or be right and you wrong. I'm trying to share with you a truth that can help and assist you where you are wanting to be. And I know where you, the soul, wants to be. I don't know anything about where your mind, your emotions, your imagination are wanting to be. But I can speculate because I hear it all the time from a lot of different people. And it's all very similar. But where you really want to be is you want to be in the greatest of knowing. You want to be in the greatest of wisdom. You want to be in the absolute of absolutes. And he said, that's it. I want the absolute. I want the absolute answer. I want the absolute truth. I want the absolute fact. If I can get that, I will be happy and I can live the rest of my life in my happiness. And I said, so how far have you come along in all your searching to find that absolute? And he says, well, I think I found parts of it. And I said, and do the other parts fit with the part that you're talking about so that you can put something together and it begins to make sense? And he said, well, no, not yet, not yet. I said, so why not give up looking for parts and just look for the truth and let the truth reveal itself to you? And then you can begin to live the wholeness of truth rather than all these components, all these parts that you're going to try to eventually put together like a puzzle, and then you've got the picture, and then you've got it. And he said, so how do I go about doing that then? And I said, simply sitting down, closing your eyes, holding your focus inward and upward, not down and out, not into the emotions, not listening to the mind, not giving any attention to that which is of the physical worlds. And just listen to what's inside of you from the soul realm and above. And he says, so how am I going to do that if I'm not even connected to that really? And I don't even understand what you're talking about. I said, that's why you sit in meditation. Meditation does many things for us. It allows us to let go of these physical elements that tend to get in the way and tend to try to control us and that want to be in charge. It helps us to let go of those so that we can wake up and begin to rise up into the truth of who we really are, which is a soul being, not a physical being. The life that is the life of this body has nothing to do with the physical body. The life of this body is the soul. The soul was breathed into this body by God. And it's that which feeds us daily, that gives us life, that gives the body animation. And it's that we want to wake up to and to live in and understand and know the greater truth of who we are in that. And that's how we begin to wake up to our own soul. So if we can begin to do that, then we begin to really wake up into the truth of truths and stop chasing after illusions. And the way we do that is by holding our attention at the spiritual eye center, the seat of the soul, the very top of our beingness in the body, and begin to wake up there, letting everything else of the world begin to drop away. And that's going to take time. It doesn't happen in one session. It doesn't happen in 20 sessions. and yet it can. It's all up to us and how much we're willing to let go of the outer world and to really wake up and to begin to be aware and know and experience the inner. The inner world is very different. And that's the hard part for so many of us. The mind, the emotions, even the imagination are great controllers. And they will do everything they can to keep your attention on it and not let you go beyond that. And the mind is the greatest of demons, if you will, because it is ever, ever, ever in the way. And in the meditation, you're going to hear the mind yelling and screaming and calling and tempting and teasing and redirecting your attention, redirecting your focus, redirecting so that you don't keep looking up into the seat of the soul and begin to wake up there. You'll go into meditation and all of a sudden off you go into a daydream. You go into meditation and the mind will take you off into an argument that, let's see if we can solve it here. Let's see if we can figure this out and maybe go back and get this aligned our way. The mind will do all kinds of games and tricks on us. And all the time we're sitting there thinking we're meditating. And all we're doing is following the mind once again. So that's why we want to hold our attention on a mantra, a word, a name that will help to hold us above the mind, our focus above the mind, so that we can begin to wake up to that greater truth and know who we truly are. That's the only way it happens. And I hate to say it, that that's the only way that it happens, but anyone who's spiritually awake will tell you just that. You have to hold your attention on that which is above this physical creation and above the body consciousness itself to know the greater truth of it. And that greater truth is our soul. And the greater truth of that truth is the creator of our soul, which is God. God is the living, loving essence of our beingness. That which is soul is the divine spark out of God. And we have to come into the awakening in that divine spark, in that soul, and begin to know who we are truly. Not what we think we are, not what we feel we are, not what we imagine we are, but who we truly are. And I can tell you who that is, but when I tell you, it's just words. But when you really wake up to that moment in the soul to know the truth, you'll know that what I say right now is true. You are the living, loving essence of God. You are the living, loving essence of God. That's what you are. That's who you are. And that's what you're going to wake up to know one day, if not in this life, in another, and know the truth. And then you can begin to live that divine, living, loving essence and be that divine, living, loving essence in every moment of your life once you begin to wake up into it. And you can begin to live it and share it and be it wherever you go. And it's that divine, living, loving essence that has access to the very heart of God and all that God has created. But we first must wake up to the greater truth of who we are. And that's the challenge for many of us on this pathway. We still will spend time in meditation, but we are still giving truth and energy to the mind, to the emotions, and to the imagination. And we let them play a game on us, totally, constantly, distracting us, entrapping us, and holding us down. And it's up to us to learn how to let go of all that and to live into the greater truth of who we are. We are not the mind, we are not the emotions, and we're not the imagination, and we are not this body. This body is but just an instrument, an opportunity by which the soul can live in and experience through into this lower creation. The soul itself is of spirit, and spirit is a different dynamic, totally, a different creation than all that is the physical. And so we need a physical instrument to experience in this creation, and that's why the soul is seated in the body. So it has an instrument by which it can experience. But the body itself is not who we are. The imagination, all of that is not who we are. And that's why we want to meditate and hold our attention above the seat of the soul into the very first dimensional experience of spirit, which is soul. And we have to then let go of all that which is below us. We have to let go of it. We cannot listen to it. We cannot focus upon it. We cannot chase after it. We cannot demand to try to make something happen through it. Because if we do, we still are going in the wrong direction. We're focusing down and out. And that's the trap. The soul is entrapped here. And that's what we have to pay attention to. When the soul came down into this lower creation and took on a body, it took it on because it wanted to have experience. But the body, the mind, all of its components wrapped around the soul and grabbed a hold and just held on for dear life, because it is the life itself. That soul is life itself to this body. And it wants to keep the soul here and not let it go. So it's entrapped, in a sense, in a cage, just like a prisoner in a prison. And we need to find how to get out of this prison, how to get out of this cage. And that's what this pathway is all about. This pathway shares the name of God with people. That name of God has 5 components. And those 5 components are called the keys to the kingdom. If we receive those 5 keys that make up the sacred name and begin to chant them, we begin to find that we actually have a key to the different realms, the different doorways of the different realms that we are entrapped in. And that's the astral, which is the imagination, the causal, which is the emotion, the mind, which is the mental, the etheric, which is the unconscious, and the soul. And we can now unlock all those doors and free ourselves of this prison once and for all if we will just learn to hold our attention inward and upward to the seat of the soul and beyond, chanting that name over and over to create that vibration that allows those doors to open. And then we can begin to travel inwardly and upwardly into soul, into spirit, and into God itself, and have these spiritual experiences that we long for, but we don't know how to get them or understand them. Well, when I shared all of that, he looked at me and he started to say something, and he said, "You know what? I'm not going to play the fool here. I don't know what you're talking about. It makes sense in many ways, but it sounds hard, and I want this to be easy." And I said, "Okay, then I would go and do some other things and find out what's going to be the easy way for you. To me, this is the easier way, to sit down and close your eyes and go inside and wake up." But for many, it isn't the easier way because you have to confront with the mind and the emotions and all the other parts of the body. And that can be a challenge. But I can say this is the easier way, because the other is much harder, because you're going to have to fight with all these different parts of yourself and overcome them. And that's a challenge in itself. Good luck in overcoming the mind. The mind is a very strong component, and it is also determined in a way that you may not be so determined to get above it right now, because you don't know really what it is you're going to have if you get above it. But once you do sit down and meditate, once you do begin to rise up and get above the mind itself and get an inkling, just an inkling, of the greater freedom, the greater light, the greater loving, the greater joy that is there, you will do whatever you can to let go of the mind. And I also know that it's a wonderful obstacle, if you will, and I call it a wonderful obstacle, that the mind is there. Because the mind is the tool by which we learn and grow so much in this world. And we experience our creativity, we find our wisdom, our truth, our understanding, our ability through the mind in many ways. And so the mind is really a blessed instrument by which we as soul can learn. But now it's for us to wake up into our soul and understand that more greatly, and to be able to live it in fuller truth. And so I would just offer you this opportunity to begin to meditate daily for so many weeks, however it might be. I would say at least give it 8 weeks to daily sit and meditate and see what might begin to happen with your mind, with your emotions, and all of you, of this physical self, how they might start coming into a greater alignment. And that's what meditation is about. It's about coming into alignment within yourself, bringing all these things that are running all over the place and saying, "No, no, no, come over here, come over here. No, 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 over here, it's over here." Sit and meditate and let them all come into alignment. And they will, because as you hold your focus above them, they're going to look up and try to see, well, what are you looking at? Why are you giving so much attention to that which is above us? When here we are, we're it. But they're going to start looking up as well with you. And when you get into that alignment and you begin to experience the peace that is there in that alignment and all the other things that come with that alignment, you're going to realize that you've been serving the weaker parts of self and not the greater part, which is soul. And you're going to find that all those other elements of yourself will bow to you spending time in meditation every day, and will bow to that which is a higher element that you're looking up to, that it wasn't even aware of The mind isn't aware of the soul. The mind isn't looking up. It can't perceive anything that is above itself, nor the emotions, nor any other lower parts. But it's the soul that can begin to look up and know itself and begin to live itself more fully and have dominion over all these other components. And that, when you have dominion over the mind and everything else below, you live in a greater alignment of peace and joy and loving that you can't even imagine to exist in your life until you're in it. So give it 8 weeks, and let's see what you have to say after 8 weeks. And I'm not saying it's going to be the ultimate in 8 weeks. I'm just saying you're going to begin to sense and know what I'm talking about has some truth to it. And I'm saying that it will tease you and tempt you into staying more in meditation than not, because you'll realize that there's something above you that you want more than all this other. So it hasn't been 8 weeks yet. I have no idea. He hasn't called back. He hasn't done anything to let me know where he was, if he's even doing the meditation for 8 weeks. But I'm sure I'll find out something someday from him, whether in 8 weeks he calls and says, all right, you're right. So you get to be right. And I have a feeling that's kind of how he looks at it right now. But I'm curious to see, and it'll be fun to find out. But I know my truth, and I live my truth. And I am grateful that I can share this truth with others, and that others do wake up and know that for themselves. And I know that there's people out there that do not have a lot of inner experience because they're still finding the mind and the emotions getting in the way. And they keep listening to that and be distracted by that and live into that more than they do into the meditation itself. They don't mean to, they don't want to, but they just are habitually accustomed to following the mind or following the emotions. And that takes time. And I don't know what it takes ultimately to break through there, to get free, other than just your determination. But I can say one thing that will help to get through there is loving God. Every time you find yourself distracted, just look up above all of it and just say, God, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. And I seek to merge more into your loving. I seek more to become one with you and you with me. And if you do that, you're going to find that you will penetrate a part of the mind or a part of the emotions or whatever it is that's blocking you. And you'll begin to find a pathway that you can begin to move to get past all these things of the lower elements that are in the way. I know that. I know that very well because I've done that. God first and God only, I was told very, very long ago. 5.5, 6 years old, that's some of the first things I heard. And I was told to always put God first in my meditation. And always look to God first. Not to the mind, not to other parts of myself, but to God. And let God be that which is my source, my purpose, and my direction. I do that yet today because I know what that is. I know the truth of what it is. And I know what it is for me, and I know what it is for others. So spend time every day in meditation. Spend every day you can in focusing upon God. And if you are initiated, speak that name and let that name open the doors of this prison that holds you in bondage. And it will. That name has the power to carry you past all the negativity of this creation. Because when you have that name, the power of this creation has to bow to you and let you pass. It has to. That is a part of its way of being. But if you don't have the name, where are you going? Stop right there. I'm in charge here, and I don't have anything that says that you can pass. So just go back down and play the game of life down there that's there. But with that name, it's like, okay, you have the pass. You have the way. Go for it. I cannot stop you. And in all the 5 realms of all those 5 names, you will find the same thing happening over and over and over. When I'm walking on the inner levels and I'm taking somebody to show them these ways of the pathway, and these different lords on these different realms see me coming, they know what's going to happen. They know I carry that sacred name. And before the person can even say the name that they've been given an initiation, they bow, and they bow to who I represent, which is the power of God in the name, and they let them pass with me. And they know now, once that's happened, when they see this soul coming again, and it has the power of the name, they will bow to them, and they will allow them through. No protest, no disturbance about it. Just openly, lovingly letting you pass. But you also have to be holding your focus upon God, upon loving, upon the vibration of the name, and let that vibration of the name begin to resonate through you, so that that name will open anything that is trying to block you from God. Remember, your soul came out of God. You are the living, loving essence of the Lord. And believe me, nothing can stand in your way if you're really holding the focus of loving God, holding the focus of the power of the name, holding the focus of the truth of who you really are. Nothing can stop you. Absolutely nothing. And the way back home to God will be open and freely open for you to go home and return back to God, and there remain forevermore. That is soul liberation. The soul will be liberated from this lower creation and returned home from which it came, and allow there to be resting in the light and the arms and the loving in the heart of God. So do spend every day that you can in meditation and give it attention. Don't just sit there and chant. Sit there and hold your loving with God, because it's that loving that will make all the difference. Not just chanting the name, it's the loving. Wow, that was very different from what I thought I was going to give. Oh my God, that was very different. I opened my mouth and it just all fell out. So I hope that made sense and I hope it was good. But it was a nice divine flow. Thank God for that.
Everybody's dying to know.
Yeah. Dying in many ways. All right. So one thing, don't ask me the day you're gonna die. I don't know. That's the one thing I can't tell you, and I'm kind of happy I can't. All right, so I guess we'll take a little bit of a break.
All right, he called my name, meaning dream interpretation. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. I hope you all had a great vacation and retreat in Hawaii. I was there in spirit. A few nights ago, I was asleep and I heard someone call my name very clearly. I looked around and didn't see anyone or any light. It just seemed dark and I had no other recollection or visuals. When I heard my name, I wished I had said, "Here I am, God," but I just woke up and looked around the room. I've had this happen one time before a long time ago, but please clarify what it means. You want me to keep reading or do you want me to stop?
Oh, no, stop first. This is one of Jim's favorite.
Well, when you hear your name called out, it's actually God letting you know that one, you're in alignment with God, and therefore a communication can take place. And that's a wonderful thing in and of itself. It just means in that moment you're fully aligned with God and He's able to talk to you. Secondly, it's letting you know that you are um, in God's awareness and in God's devotion and getting you home. Because that call is calling you home. That's what God is doing. God's saying your name, not just to get your attention, but to call you back home and let you know, hey, this is what you've got to do. You've got to get home now. If you can hear me, come home. So that's wonderful.
I've been challenged to find God or the peace and calm for a while due to physical challenges that have continued for several years now. I'm starting to understand the karmic lesson in it, taking care of myself first and not needing to feel or be responsible for healing or taking care of other loved ones. And it's okay for me to be healthy when others around me are not. A hard lesson for me. I also had a dream a couple nights ago that seemed like a metaphor for my life right now. I was in a foreign land going all over searching for my way back home. It was like a big treasure hunt and puzzle, trying to put the pieces together. How do I get back home from here? I kept asking many helpful people I saw. Each told me another piece, but I had to put them all together. Each piece was a little closer to getting back home. I was getting so frustrated, as in life, those are in parentheses. I found my way back several stops, but woke up before I got back home. Breathing is another big lesson in my health challenge. Do you want me to stop there or keep going?
I thank you actually for the intermissions, Kelsey. That's perfect timing because those points are obviously worth saying something about for sure. Because that's very significant, just like the hearing your name called, because hearing your name called and then it is the journey home. And that inner experience is a perfect example, though, of that journey home. Well, because one, we're trying to find our way home, but trying to find our way home is what? It's sorting through all of our thoughts and feelings, all those emotions, but also all of our fantasies, the things we are hoped for, wish for, all of our physical life experience, all of it. And so that inner experience is letting you know literally what you're sorting through in your own consciousness. The key factor is not necessarily, yes, you're frustrated, you couldn't get it clear right away, which is a good thing because that frustration helps to, in a sense, push us along to keep seeking. But the other part of continual asking is how you open the doors to allow it to happen. And the important part here is the seeking. That whole phrase, and I know Jim has shared this over and over, what's the important phrase here? Seek first the kingdom of God. So it's that seeking that is so important. And the fact that you're asking, well, that's all we have to do. As we do that, we will literally be led from one point to another point. But each of those points are an important part of our journey because those points from one to the next is that journey between points is where we're actually wrapping up the karmas. We're getting things complete. We're getting things done. And so that's why that's called a spiritual journey. If God didn't want us to do that, God would just bring us home right away. But God laid it out that it's a journey. There's a path. There's something we've got to travel through and along to get to the destination. And that journey is important because then that journey home is where we're fulfilling the soul now and wrapping up the lessons. We're completing the karmas, and that's how we get home to God. So that's so important, and we don't want to ignore that or try to bypass that. But we can't anyway. It's a natural unfolding process. And that's a wonderful experience, what you just shared of literally what it looks like and how we experience it, can experience. There's multiple ways, obviously, on that inner journey through our consciousness, back home to God. Anything else you want to add, or you
No, that's good.
Taking a nap?
Yeah, a little bit.
No, I know when spirit comes in, we both feel like closing our eyes and going into meditation. So go ahead, Kels. Thank you.
Yeah. Breathing is another big lesson in my health challenge. I'm working with, quote, "It's okay to breathe here. It's okay to be here," unquote. But my soul says, quote, "I don't want to breathe here. I don't want to be here. I want to go back home and stay home in the soul realm, not in the physical world," end quote. Is my dream about the journey back to soul? How do I reconcile such a huge lesson? Please explain. Thanks so much for your awareness and insights and for all you do for me on the inner levels too. I'm so grateful for all of you. Much loving to you.
Well, the soul understands that we have to be here and we have to be breathing here to be here. And to be here means the opportunity to learn and to grow and to become the greater soul that we are. The soul is very creative and it comes into this world to learn a lot about its own creativity, its own ability to be loving, its own ability to really wake up and know the fuller truth of God and Spirit. And so it's for us to do that. And if we try to get out of here early, we lose a lot of our lessons. We lose the opportunity to really learn and grow. And it's important that we learn everything that we're here to do. God put us here for a reason, because God wants my soul, wants your soul, to experience what it's here to do. And when the time comes you fulfilled it, then you don't have to be here anymore and you will go home. No doubt about it. Until then, just do what you can to enjoy the journey the best you can.
Brian? Is that it?
Well, the other part of it, we kind of already answered on the
Yeah.
last little intermission in that way. So, part of it, I guess the only thing I'd add on to Jim's is the part about breathing is, at some point, yes, we all feel that way at some point where we just don't want to be here. We don't want to breathe, obviously, meaning caught up in the attachments in this world. But part of that learning is also getting neutral with it. And that means coming into acceptance. And that's always been a big one for me. I've always found acceptance is a very key factor in supporting me, to move through when I'm really feeling challenged. And I don't know, that's the thing. So I really hear the frustration, in the breathing part. And that's also letting you know where your lessons are. I've always said, if you want to know where your lessons are, just pay attention to your reactions. Anything we react to is where our learning is. But if we can look at our reactions with acceptance and start to approach it with loving, we're going to fulfill those lessons. So that is where I hear the reaction and the breathing part. I'd say to look inside so that you don't ignore your feedback mechanism. When we go into reaction, it's like an automatic, natural feedback mechanism. Most of us, though, don't understand how it's actually supporting us. We look at our reactions as a negative, when in truth, those reactions we have is showing us where we've shut down or closed off in some way, and we want to open those back up. Hence the breathing. We can have physical breathing challenges where we're more closed down or shut off. So we want to open those passages up. And that's what reaction is letting us know. And so we want to be willing to look at that and to move into that acceptance and loving of whatever that is we're in reaction with that is causing the passageways to close down and making it more difficult to breathe, which is really another way of saying that we're in reaction or challenged with our life circumstances. But it's not even our life circumstances, it's the way we view it, we perceive it. And that's the main thing here, that the spiritual journey is really about our inner kingdom, our inner dynamics, what we do with that. And so when we can really start to address literally just what's going on inside of us and let go of all the outer focus on the circumstances, the environments, the happenings, and just look at our inner happenings and work with that, that's really all we need to do. And the idea is to come into loving acceptance so we become more neutral. And it's in that neutrality where then the soul begins to wake up and move into its freedom and liberation. And that's this pathway. That's what we're doing. So we've got to come to that point of neutrality. And this whole meditation and LAF process is how we do that. We just have to be willing to do it and pay attention to the indicators, like we're talking about here.
Okay.
Don't look back.
I just need to make a quick announcement. For all of you people watching on YouTube, we are aware that in the middle of the screen it has Brian Yeakey's name, and I don't know, maybe it switches to Jim's name, I don't know, but we're aware of it, and we just want you to know that we will be uploading the edited version of class to YouTube. So when you rewatch YouTube, that won't be there. So we apologize that you're experiencing it right now live. We're aware of it, and the recording from Zoom will be on there for our archive for YouTube watchers. Okay. Next question. I've never made an announcement before in the middle of Q&A. All right. Story or question? Hi, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Grateful to be here. Thanks for all you do. Several times a week, I listen to one of your previous talks. This week, it was the Lord's Prayer. I keep going back to this one. During meditation, I travel somewhere for a while and then, quote unquote, wake up during the talks. Brian was speaking and I felt I'm finished for today. I turned my earphones off, then my iPad. He was still talking and I didn't understand. The next thing, I was driving my car and Brian, you kept talking. You were sitting in the back seat. I didn't seem surprised or worried about this, but turned the radio off. Pretty strange and also comical. The next morning when I started my car, the radio was off. I always keep it on to start music for driving. I'm unsure of question, but welcome your answers or comments. Light and love to you all.
Oh, I love that. The nice thing is when you have, that voice of the teacher, let alone the teachings in the background, it's letting you know you are really living more with spirit now. And so when you hear that voice, that's part of the guidance, the suggestions, always the reminder, in other words, to look to spirit. So when you say you hear in the backseat of the car, that means back in your consciousness, you've really got that focus now to really live your life with spirit wherever you go with whatever you're doing. And that's how this works. From the more we really live this, do the meditation, listen to the talks, it becomes a part of us, which we want. That's another way of saying that we're really making God first and letting now that spirit fill us so that spirit's with us and eventually even driving the car. So in the back seat's a wonderful step for sure. But also car's your own consciousness. So you want to be driving that. It's other things the Holy Spirit will be driving for you, like an airplane taking you. So it's just letting you know the way you're supporting yourself now is actually showing up in your consciousness spiritually. So what you're doing is really working. And it's the same thing I do. It's just keep doing it, because the more you do it, the more it becomes now your way of living, so that you're living now your life really more based on spirit rather than the mind, the emotions, all the belief systems and patterns we've learned and grew up with. We're now going to start living our lives now more based on spirit rather than the world. And to me, that's a lot of what you're saying there, which is obviously what we want to do. That's absolutely wonderful. Anything else?
That's very good.
Did I miss anything, Kelsey, or anything else?
It was great. Well,
Yes.
yeah, perfect.
Cool.
Dear Two Dreams, dear Jim, Brian, Kelsey, and all, thank you for today and for all your loving. It brings me joy and gratitude to know you, Jim and Brian, are enjoying the gift of being on Maui. Here's my two dreams. In January, first dream. I was very sad, crying. I sensed that someone had come to see me who I hadn't seen for a long time. She was brought in by my mother and came to my side, and I stopped crying. There was a gift in a box. Inside the box was a small thing made of fiber, golden color, and it was wrapped in a golden bow. When I looked in the box again, I saw a man more little parcels like it nestled in the box with their bows facing. We moved them a little to see the bows. Yeah, okay. That's the first dream.
To me, those are really the gifts of spirit. And I mean, that's the main thing. It's in a way, it's interesting because if I understood you didn't open the gifts or didn't know what was in them, But if anything, it was just wonderful to see the gifts and the bows and the boxes. And that's often how it is. Often Spirit is giving us gifts and we really don't even have any idea of it. If we're doing the meditation and really open to receive that loving that God has for us, well, that loving is the gift. Grace is the gift, but the other gifts can be really movements, or like in the Knowing of God book, we talk about the different aspects of God. Those are often the gifts of God, but often those gifts will come at certain times in our life or in our journey spiritually of what is going to maybe serve us the best in the moment and support us. So to me, that's saying, those spiritual gifts of this experience is what's best supporting you in your awakening process in your spiritual journey, whatever that is. It can be loving, it can be compassion, acceptance, forgiveness, grace, gratitude, any of those aspects of God. And however that is meant to support you in moving forward in your life, to me, that's what it's there for. So if anything, it's wonderful. You're aware of that on some level, even if you're not sure of the details. What matters is that you receive and you let that in. And that's the main thing. That's why in meditation, when we open up, we just receive God's loving. Well, loving is the master gift, right? But out of loving comes all the other blessings or gifts from that. So as long as we let the loving in, then it's up to God now to bring forward whatever aspects or gifts from that loving that are going to support us at any time, in the journey according to our needs. Anything else?
That I know of. They're very good, though. I always like getting gifts from Spirit.
So I'll read the second experience then.
Okay.
In February, the experience was in February. I saw that I was at a gathering. Jim Gordon was there. He left and I followed him up a steep incline that was very difficult to climb. It was made of a gray material, seamed, no trees or plants around. Sometimes the little mountain looked as if it was part of a building, but made of gray cement. Climbing was becoming more difficult. I kept going, following Jim, though he never looked back. I reached to the top where there was a small market and there was a man laying on the ground near the entrance. Not dead, but he had life support devices for air and another. I didn't know what it was for. I looked for Jim in the store. When I came out, the life support was gone and the man had passed. That's the dream.
That's excellent, because, our job is to really follow the Holy Spirit wherever it takes us. And in that process is where we're going to get free of our karmas. So that Holy Spirit will often show up in the form of the spiritual teacher, whether it's Jim or myself or whoever Spirit, is going to utilize for you, for anybody any given time, especially going up. Often life challenges, but to me, when I hear somebody having a challenge, like this, it's just symbolic of the challenges and things that we go through within ourselves as we're living life. And whenever there's a death, that's symbolic of a completion. So to me, whatever this man who he was, what matters is he symbolized something in your consciousness symbolically, okay? He represented something for you. And you don't have to know what it is. And this is the beauty of it. We don't have to know these things. If we need to know, the awareness will come forward. Literally, Holy Spirit will bring forward the awareness. But if it doesn't, all that matters is that we just walk the journey, go through, keep moving forward. That's all that matters. And that's part of the reason why Jim, in this experience, never looked back. It's our job to just keep following that movement of the Holy Spirit. Okay? It's not the job of the Holy Spirit to come and do it for you. Your job is to follow the Holy Spirit wherever it leads you. And it's always going to lead you towards your greater liberation through your challenges, through your karmas, so that eventually everything drops away. But in that journey, we're going to keep going up the mountain. We're going to go up many mountains, actually, because there's many mountains on the different realms, but ultimately up to the top here, not only like the chakras, up to the top of the inner mountain, that's symbolic of even the outer mountain in the spiritual kingdom, that's the climb. And so we're going to overcome those challenges by following spirit, by following the radiant form. So to me, this is a great example, again, of you really following that movement of spirit in yourself, and in so doing, that you're seeing now karma's dying off and dropping away. That, again, would symbolize to me that man dying in your experience.
Yeah, it's really a good one.
Again, great experiences. These are good examples of things that happen in dreams or inner experiences, whatever you want to call them. This is really the journey of the soul. And a lot of these things, one, the journey is very direct, but a lot of these things, when we experience them, are often symbolic of something in our consciousness that we're learning and growing through.
Okay, so this person continues. After the first dream, I felt puzzled, for in my life I had not been sad at all. I was happy that my mother brought a visitor, which seemed to be about karma that I've had with her and around friendship. The little gifts in the box were unusual, and I felt delighted to see them and the little golden bows. The fiber resembled shredded wheat cereal I used to eat as a kid. I've read that gold is the color of wisdom. Would you please share your insights on this dream? But you kind of already did.
Yeah, the part I didn't mention, I guess kind of purposefully, but I'll mention it now that you bring it up. The reference to the friend, or was it the mother brought a friend, you said?
Yes.
So to me, this is symbolically saying then the karmas you have in yourself with your mother. So your mother's bringing you those lessons, and our parents do. That's just the genetic setup, so to speak. Why we choose the parents we do, because they have the blueprint for our lessons to come in any lifetime. So to me, this is saying, this is giving you an idea of those gifts. Well, sometimes the gifts, I mentioned the spiritual gifts, but the other side of the spiritual gifts are there to support us in whatever the karmic lessons are we're going through. So those gifts can also not only be the aspects of God, the spiritual gifts, but each one, when they come forward, assists us in moving through our karmic lessons. And when there's a golden bow, and yes, that's correct, we've said multiple times, the golden represents wisdom. So the golden bows to me are saying, this is the wisdom you're gaining from now the fulfillment of the karmic lessons, and that's the spiritual gifts. The wisdom of your experience of having walked through the karma. And in this case, it's karma's dealing with the lessons that your mom was there to teach you, to share with you, and for you to learn and grow through. Did that help clarify that a little more now?
Oh, yeah. That was great.
Speak for this person.
I'm speaking for this person. I think this person's probably very happy with that further clarification.
Yes, I was going to say something earlier, but I just kind of let it pass. But now that you brought it up specifically, because, it's good to have a general understanding, like how I'm answering some of the questions today. And then each of us, when we hear that, can apply it to the specifics of our own life. And so the question in sharing this at the end is now beginning to apply that more specifically, minus the actual learnings from the karmic lessons for this person. But that person, that's for them to know for themselves. And so in hearing this information, that's all you got to look at is in yourself. What have you been learning, through your experience with your mother? And there's where the lessons are. But this to me was showing you these gifts are really that you now are really gaining the wisdom of your experience from what she was there to teach you. And that's, again, part of the blessings. And that's what we all want. That's what we're here to do, is to fulfill things. When we fulfill our lessons, then they truly are a gift. And we have the wisdom of that experience, again, that the gold bows represent. And ask Jim more to add, but
No, no, I think you're doing well.
And then to just finish up on this one, in the second experience, being outdoors may refer to outer consciousness, but in talks by Jim and Brian, when they mention climbing the mountain, I pictured beautiful mountains with trails to easily walk on. Although when thinking about the experience afterwards, seeing Jim and climbing the mountain felt reassuring to me. When I was in the experience, I felt alone and wished Jim had looked back at me. I'm curious about why he didn't look back, why the gray barren mountain, and why the man's body was at the doorway. In loving.
I don't look back because it's not my responsibility to make you climb the mountain. It's my responsibility to show you the way and to be the one in the front leading the way. It's up to you to follow. And what you did, you continued following and got up all the way. And that's the important factor. You know, now you know the trail, now you know the way, and you can get up there again and again and again because it's yours and inside. It's not me going to always lead the way. Now you know the way.
and again, the man at the door is just, when the karma's done, you know, we're free of that, and then we can step through to what's next.
Yeah.
Okay.
If this person knows who the person was, that the man was that died, that gives them an idea of karmically what it is they symbolize for this person to learn. And so to me, that's saying that whatever they were learning from this person, that learning's complete. And now with that completion, they can step through to what's next. And again, the main thing here is that you're following spirit. So what's next is greater freedom and liberation. And that's how it works. The fulfillment of the journey is when the karmas are dead or die off. And that's, again, very representative of this inner experience. And it's challenging. That's why it was the climb. That's why it was whatever challenge. That's why, you know, the gray and whatever bleak or whatever type of thing, because that's how we're going to feel at times, you know, with what we go through. And if anything, I'd say part of the lesson is you wanted Jim to turn around. That tells me a little bit of your lesson of wanting acknowledgement, wanting love from others. And I would say more than likely part of your karmic lesson is that you've been looking to others to get your love and approval from, rather than giving it to yourself. So this man, that might be part of what they represented in your experiences. There may be a man you've always looked for love and approval from to make yourself feel worthy or enough, fulfilled. To me, it's saying in following spirit, you're allowing spirit to fill you up with your self-love and the love of spirit. You don't need that from now a man or outer approval from anybody. And so to me, my guess would be that's probably at least part of what you're learning in here with what I just heard shared right there at the end. Does that sound pretty good, Kelsey, with what you know?
Yeah, the person did not say they knew the man, but that sounds great.
That's what you. Gotta have a little fun doing this.
Yeah, always. Okay, moving on. Next one. Hello, beautiful Brian, Jim, and Kelsey. It is so wonderful to be in your loving presence again. December 15th feels like a lifetime ago, and many changes, both inwardly and outwardly, have occurred. The talks and meditation resonate very deeply with the current times, and I'm grateful for the wisdom shared today. Currently, I'm looking for a job and have felt the willfulness rising up within and wanting to make something happen. It's amazing to watch and can be so subtle and sneaky at times. I've adopted a mantra that has helped me turn it over to God and feel so much lighter than thinking I can control anything, all caps. If I get this job, it will be a miracle. I'd like to share a dream. I was walking outside in a field nude and came upon Jim and Brian reclining nude on a bed. Although we were nude, none of us had any sex organs. Resting on top of Brian was a bright white form. I thought to myself, why isn't Brian embracing the white form? So I lifted the white form from Brian and gave it a side hug. Then I was lying down next between Jim and Brian, and then it felt as though there was an exchange between Brian and I through an embrace. Then Brian was in a fetal position, writhing in pain, and I had rolled over next to Jim. Jim was absolutely peaceful and unbothered by what was happening to Brian. I asked Jim, what is happening? And he said Brian was releasing the future. That is all I can remember. What the heck was that all about? All caps, love you all and thank you for all that you do for the initiates on the internal and external planes. Peace and aloha. Sorry.
Yeah, what the heck was that all about?
I think if anything, it's showing you that, that you've given things over to God in a great way. And now God is saying, I'm going to help take care of some of this for you. And so just take the next step, keep moving forward, and you'll end up right where you need to be, and not try to be concerned about it or force something to happen. So it's really good. It was a very good dream.
Why do I gotta always handle the painful stuff?
You don't. I just make you.
Ooh, ouch. So definitely best to just focus on what Jim said. I mean, the symbology to me there is clear. It represents innocence, vulnerability, that's the nudeness. In bed, talks about the intimacy and closeness when somebody's really vulnerable with spirit. And when we're vulnerable with spirit, we're willing to let go in that way. And then when we do, then spirit can lift that from us and take care of it. And to me, that's what was showing you, that whatever that was, being handled with that. And even a fetus position, that's what will move is back into that childlike innocence. And that's even symbolic to me as far as representing or how to handle, become childlike to enter the kingdom of heaven. So in order to let go of the pain of the world and whatever it is we found ourselves attached to, the deeper the attachment, the more pain and the letting go. That the main thing is, as Jim said, it's really just the completion. And it's just being worked off. And so you're seeing how that's worked off on the inner. And to me, it's also showing symbolically that love you really want spiritually, that's beyond the physical. And that's the main thing. And that's the nice thing. So, it's just keep moving for that love of spirit. As you're doing, as to me, this inner experience really demonstrated. And to keep really being embraced and loved by spirit, and just realize, spirit uses our forms to support the disciples on this pathway, and whatever each and every disciple needs according to their needs and how God's going to work with them. And ultimately, it's always about just letting go of any pain, karmas, attachments, no matter what you want to call it. And whatever that process looks like and that letting go doesn't really matter. What matters is that it takes place, that we get free of all that so that we can now really rise up above it all. And all the rest, it's really just the details of moving through the inner journey and all the strange and bizarre, but yet so normal and ordinary things that take place on this journey.
Next.
Sure.
Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, it's so wonderful to see your beautiful shining faces. Shortly after the retreat, I dreamed I declared a music major in college. How does that relate to the sound current? I'm guessing it would be good for me to pay especially attention to listening for the sound and focusing on the inner sounds I hear. It felt like it was for a bachelor's level program. What's that mean? Are you guys masters or PhDs or way beyond all that as a symbol? Do you want me to keep reading?
All the above to answer your question. Listen, when anybody goes into the heart of God, they've reached mastership as well as gone beyond it. Okay, that's like the ultimate completion. But then if God wants, as in Jim's case, my case, and others, wants us to come back to be of service, well, then we're in amongst all of it. So yes, we're on one level beyond it, and then at the very same time, we're in it. So it's all of it. I hope those words make any bit of sense. If they don't, that's all right. It's just on a whole nother level of when you know yourself as one with God and God is in all things, it's everything. So I'm a first grader, second grader, graduate, PhD, and beyond it. It's all of it. So you can't really create the boxes and limitations and labels that the mind does here. Okay? All that is this symbolic of the journey of your awakening. Whether you look at that awakening from a karmic standpoint, you're learning through first grade, second grade, and through your karmas, or whether you're looking at it from spiritual realms of just levels of experience and the wisdom of that experience as you awaken more and more. And so when you look at something like becoming like a bachelor's degree in music like that, to me, that is saying that you're now moving into the higher education of the sound current. So to me, that's more of a spiritual perspective, that now your attention is to be given more to the sound so that you learn on that higher graduate level. To me, that would be symbolic of the realms of spirit. Symbolically, and I want to say symbolically because it depends on the person, symbolically though in general, that 12th grade would be moving up to 12th grade would be graduating through your karmas, and then graduate school is really more learning in more of the realms of spirits, and that is definitely more about the sound current. So you're right on track, and don't get caught up in the labels or levels or grades. Again, it's all symbolic, that's all that is. Just focus on the lesson plan because that's a good lesson plan. So as a music major, to me, that's saying give your focus to the sound, that voice of God, because that is the main, the sound and the light, but especially the sound. And so that's, to me, spirit letting you know where to really put your focus for you to really move now into your greater fulfillment, spiritually merging now into the spiritual realms. And that's really the key, obviously. And that's what every initiate really wants to do here. Did that cover it? Did I miss anything?
Nope. I'm going to keep reading though.
What?
I'm going to keep reading. There's more.
I'm sorry, yes, I know, I was referring to Jim. What was
No,
it?
that's
Oh,
Okay.
I have to flip from page to page, so I can't see your face sometimes.
I know, and then Jim keeps, I don't know whether he's dozing off or just
no, I'm
going somewhere
meditating
else.
and going somewhere else. No, it's a journey. So if I was sleeping, I'd wake up yawning.
Oh, that's how we know then. Okay, cool.
Okay, so seems like Brian's talk today addressed me as I was going through it. Thanks, Brian. Seeing your faces, I found myself missing you so much. I had a big, ugly cry, like a big, ugly baby, ha ha ha, complete with ugly moaning or beautiful howling sounds that went, ooh. I can't do it. It's an H with a lot of O's capitalized. Um, and lowercase o's. I felt it in my stomach or third chakra, which I think is great. If that means I'm moving out emotions between me and God, thank you for any insight and guidance you have to share in loving.
Well, always, when I hear tears like that, one, tears to me, first and foremost, always represent the soul's longing for God, okay? And in that longing for God, when we have more of that gut-wrenching cry, to me, that is now bringing that longing for God into those areas in which we are caught up, attached, where it's painful. So that longing, as it awakens within you, which is a lot of why we do these sharings, because in that sharing, it's meant to reach into the soul and stir that longing awake. But as it does awaken, then it also awakens those areas in which we're caught up and that have created the separation. And that's both the blessing and, I don't want to call it a curse because it's not, it's the blessing and now the awareness of what we've got to let go of. And sometimes letting go is very emotional or may seem painful, but it's a matter of letting go. Whether we do that through a mental process, an emotional process, whatever process, it's okay. The main thing is whatever it takes to let go. And often a good cry like that definitely is a letting go. So it's all good. So thank you for sharing. And this is why I like to share with people. Don't hold back the tears. Don't hold back the anger. Don't hold back the sadness. Don't hold back whatever. We've got to just let it move and let it express. And tears are a good way to do it. But ultimately, it's just the soul's longing to be back with God, for sure.
And tears are a cleansing. It's a way of letting go, releasing all the things that have been holding you back. It just is a cleansing. It washes away a lot of stuff. So that's good.
Okay. I recently had a dream which awakened me and was very strange. I was a physician and there was a patient on my schedule that had a rash. A man came to the exam room and said he was a doctor as well and was somewhat flirtatious, and something seemed quote unquote off and uncomfortable. I then suddenly had a visual of a dismembered, erect penis in front of my visual field, which raised bumps on it, and I was not sure what was causing this. Then we were lying down with the patient on my left side, whispering into my ear, and I indicated that I could not hear him because he was speaking too softly and moved a little closer to hear better. This seemed to pertain to what was causing the problem. Suddenly, I felt a grip on my right arm, which seemed to be from out of the dream. I heard myself calling out and woke myself up frightened. The grip seemed so real, like a real person was in the room next to my bed. Although the dream was weird, it was the grip that awakened me that was the most disconcerting. That's it.
Want me to do it?
Yeah, I had, that'd be good.
So I'm looking at whether I should make a joke or censor what I'm gonna say. What was that? That squint? I'm gonna say it all. I'm gonna say it all, just because I do, yeah. So the joke was, you're just sharing with us your fantasies. We all have sexual fantasies, right? And these will play out in our dreams and in our experiences. So There may be a little bit of truth in what I'm sharing there, okay? But now the other side of it is that there's also a fear running here. And to me, that fear is whatever that is inside that you may have around sexuality with a man, fear of the penis, call it what you want, that is part of what's going on here. And it is not uncommon that we can even fantasize about the things we fear, okay? That's why, even though I'm making a joke, because I just like to play around, but to also pay attention that it's okay, that's part of what goes on. And our imagination will often play out all types of scenarios, both positive and negative, good and bad, fearful and frightening, as well as fun and playful. It just does it all. The key is to not make any of it wrong. It's only the judgment and fear of it, or making it wrong, that we react to, that causes then that separation inside of us. So that grip you felt that seemed like physical, like real, that grip is energetically knowing the energy you've built in the fear around this, okay? That's all that grip is. It's just the energy you've built in the fear around this, because some part of you's made that wrong, it's not appropriate, whatever. There's so many around sexuality. There's so many things that have been created in the world, both good and bad, but unfortunately, most of it bad. So it stirs a lot of fear and judgment. To me, this is bringing up your fears and judgments, whatever that is, what your upbringing has been, whatever that is inside of you that's been running, okay? So this to me is an inner experience supporting you to help move through, whether it's fantasy, whether it's fear, whether it's desire, doesn't really matter. It's often two sides of the same coin, and it just works that way, the positive and negative. Again, the key here though is that, one, it's happening. We don't want to deny it, we don't want to avoid it, you don't want to push it away, which most people will, because they go under reaction, thinking this is bad, this is a fear, it's going to get me, it's going to do whatever. And the truth is, it's not. The truth is, we want to come into acceptance and loving so that these things just dissolve, that we don't make anything wrong. And look, sex and violence, birth and death are the two biggest things running this planet, right? There's my jokes, but it's also the truth. And so you got to have sex to create birth, and you got to have violence for death. Well, you don't have to, it can be other ways, but yes, that's the basis of it. And then the rest is just whatever our lessons are. So I'd say, look at what your upbringing was. If you're a doctor, if I heard you correct, then you probably were taught certain things, like here's morals and ethics. As a doctor, you should never have with patients a certain way. You want to uphold those standards. So you've got that on top of whatever religious principles you were raised with, and whatever your parents taught you, whatever society taught you. So you've got all these morals and ethics compounded on in your consciousness of right and wrong around this, both as work, as a person, as just living life. So you've got all that you're working through. Hence why even the energy of gripping you seems so physically real, because it's letting you know how much has been put into that. But that doesn't matter. What matters is you just keep working the LAF process, of course, giving it up to God, and it'll dissipate. Literally, these things will all just dissipate, and they're all there to serve us. There's truly nothing negative or evil anywhere, anytime, any place. There's truly nothing negative or evil. Okay? Everything is here as an expression of God's loving, no matter how it appears. Everything is here to serve us, the soul, in its journey through all of God's beingness. And when we're in the stage that we are doing an ILM of liberation, of finishing the journey in the world and returning home to spirit now, we're going to have to go through these things that are still suppressing us, called our fears and judgments, and release these. But we've got to go through them. So as we go through them, we're going to go through these experiences. Our job is just to love it all, to accept it, to forgive it, to let it be okay. Because that's the way by which you now can let it go, and it'll pass through, it'll dissolve, and you'll be free. So that's always the key, no matter what the actual experience is. But hopefully I said enough now to give at least some general understanding in what you want to do, but also in doing the LAF type of stuff, it kind of gives you an idea of where the basis is for your fears and judgments around morals and ethics and all that you learned. So if you want a little homework or study, that's where you can look at as the cause of that reaction and fear, but ultimately doesn't matter. What matters is the LAF work so that you free yourself from whatever that is causing the grip on you. And really, this is part of why I play around and try to have a little lightness and fun with things, because none of this is truly serious. And believe me, I know how real these things can seem, because I've had a lot that have been very scary. So I don't downplay any of that. I've just been so much, but that's also what's helped me to learn to have more of a lighthearted approach to things, because I found when I was serious, I was feeding the energy through the seriousness because I was empowering the fear by, reacting to it, basically. And so we want to do what we can to let go of the reactions, and obviously that's what we're doing here. Anything I missed, Kelsey, or is that kind of...
No, you covered it.
I always ask a lot, just so people know when I ask Kelsey, did anything else, because sometimes there's a lot of detail in experiences, and sometimes I miss some of that could be important. And that's fine if it does, but sometimes it's nice to fill in the details, or if it's really needed, it'll come back around one way or another.
Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you so much for your devoted service and holding us all in loving. I had an experience a few years ago before I started with ILM that I'm curious about. It was in 2019, and my beloved aunt had recently died. At the time, I was familiar with the Buddhist meditation practice of metta. That is loving kindness meditation. So in my daily practices, I would be sending much loving towards my aunt with the idea of helping her on her journey back to the divine realms. She herself was very spiritually inclined and had a deep love of God and the Christ being. She had had many spiritual experiences, and for many years before she died had been wanting to get back to God as soon as possible. What she had taught me spiritually aligns quite closely with ILM's teachings, but not exactly. She didn't meditate, but lived the loving presence of God pretty much 24/7. One day when I was sending her love, somehow suddenly everything turned around, and it was like I was being showered in a downpour of love coming from the other direction. It was so strong that doubled over and it was so strong that I doubled over and burst into tears. This, of course, is like the dynamic of when we are loving God in meditation and receive God's loving in a kind of reciprocal loop. My question is, did that love come from my aunt, or did it come from God, or perhaps did it come from both, as she was and is in God? Much appreciation and loving.
There's your answer right there. It's both, because what you put out comes back to you. What goes around comes around, regardless of the source. When you put loving out, loving's going to come back to you, no matter where that loving is directed. At a person, a place, an experience, to God, no matter what, it's your loving going out. So it's going to come back around, and more than likely it'll come back from multiple avenues. Ultimately, it's all from God, ultimately. But God works in and through each and every one of us, each and every divine spark, each and every expression of God. So we're all avenues. So it is that last one you said, all of it. both it can be with the actual person, for sure, as well, though directly with God, and God delivers through whatever, if you want to call it a messenger or an avenue, whatever that way is by which we will allow ourselves to receive, because sometimes we won't allow it in certain ways, so it'll come through the ways we will allow. And that's the real key, is that we just allow it. And that's now part of abundance, if you will. To receive the abundance of God's loving is just to allow it to come in from any and all avenues, and not refine it, so to speak, just certain ways. So thank you for sharing. That's a wonderful experience, a very real one. I've had similar ones like that are just amazing when you're showered with loving, especially on inner levels like that, where it's just so real. Just it's like just raining down upon you, and it's just incredible. So I'm glad you had that. Thank you for sharing that. And wow, what a wonderful blessing.
Okay, hello, Jim and Brian. I've been having insomnia problems for the last year or two. I wake
No problem. Sorry, go ahead, Kels.
It's okay. I wake up in the wee hours of the morning and sometimes do not go quickly or even back to sleep. Sometimes I wake up from something physical or a bad dream, but I don't know the reason.
Can you hang on 1 second?
Yeah.
I want to take advantage of that. When they said they wake up in the wee hours, because I have to go wee right now. So I want Jim to be awake to hear this, and I'll be able to hear in the distance. You might have to answer this, but I need to use the bathroom a second. I'll be right back, but I'll be listening. I know, I'm so bad. I'm so not sorry. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Kelsey.
You ready, Jim? Okay. Okay, so sometimes I wake up from something physical or a bad dream, but I don't know the reason. Sometimes my mind is running, but more frequently it is quiet. Occasionally I move to my meditation chair and then sleep or meditate, whichever comes first. Recently, I have had some wonderful days after moving to my meditation chair. Mornings, usually running errands filled with nothing but joy, loving, and happiness. Can you provide any guidance about when to get up and when to stay in bed? I do meditate every day, even if I do not sleep well. Thank you, with much loving. So, did you get the first part, Jim? This person's having insomnia problems.
Insomnia is something that often is very physical in nature, but it also can be energetics. And so the one thing I would look at is pay attention to your meditation and see if anything in the meditation indicates what's going on. Is it physical, emotional, mental that's causing the insomnia? A lot of times it's physical, and then there are things you can do, such as nutritional supplements or something else that might help to alleviate the insomnia. But oftentimes too, it can be physical in the sense of too much coffee, caffeine and things like that, or eating foods that don't really sit well with you. And that means you just have to really pay attention and see what that might be. And if it's also energetics, then you have to pay attention to the fact, is something really going on that you can handle through LAF possibly, or through some other dynamic in your life, so that you can really alleviate the pressure that's causing the insomnia. In other words, it's a big puzzle, insomnia is, so just look at it from all sides and see if you can see the component. I'd be careful in taking too many different things out there on the market that they talk about. Use this for insomnia, use that, because a lot of it has some really bad side effects and may do more damage than help. So I would say that in that you might want to look and see, is there something going on with you and someone in the world that you could answer a situation by taking action of some kind? Even LAF, just forgive them, accept them, understand them for who they are or what they are, and see if that could help. So, Kelsey, read the last part again, if you would.
Okay. Let me open it. So occasionally I move to my meditation chair and then sleep or meditate, whichever comes. Recently, I've had some wonderful days after moving to my meditation chair, mornings, usually running errands filled with nothing but joy, loving, and happiness. Can you provide any guidance about when to get up and when to stay in bed? I do meditate every day, even if I do not sleep well.
Yeah, there's no real clear guidance as to when to get up and when to stay in bed. It's really just something that you've got to feel and follow as best you can. There's no time to do one thing or another. I would say that if there's still going on a disturbance of some kind, I would stay in meditation or go into meditation and see if you can help move that energy and relieve it without having to just get up and go live in it. That's the one thing I would say. What about with you?
I agree.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I'm right. No, it's a challenge. I understand. I know a lot of people that do have insomnia and go through a lot of different components with it. I would just say be careful in what you do take to try to get your sleep, because a lot of times some of those things can really cause more problems than benefit.
Yeah, on this pathway, it's definitely always recommended to look what might be causing it. And that's to me what you were just saying, that's part of that, because it can often be something in life that we're not dealing with, or maybe not dealing with the way that would really work better, that could be causing these things. And yeah, then there's practical things we can do, like you hear about all the EMS from computers and cell phones. Don't stay up reading and scrolling late, and don't do this, don't have sugar before bed. Yeah, so definitely, pay attention to those things. And if that's simple as something like that, then it just takes a bit of discipline to, in a sense, stop doing that and develop a new routine, something different. So look at all that, in other words, and to see what you're doing.
Okay. Aloha, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. It is so wonderful to see you and hear you after the break. I have been continuing to do the meditation through this time, setting aside more of the day to meditate awake for the full meditation on weekends. I have been relying more heavily on talks. I'm truly so grateful for how helpful they are to refocus and recenter. I also found that physically bowing down to God, starting the meditation every morning, is a wonderful way to be more purposeful, setting the meditation intention. A lot has been dropping away from me and feels like now is the opportunity to choose God in a greater way after letting go of what is completing. There is always something next, and seems there is a new learning of choosing God by being vulnerable and communicative, even when it feels like it's been a long day and I'm really not as much in the loving, so I should leave and rest. It feels like time for an extra push, which has been reflected outwardly. I feel a few times with intensity. If anything is coming forward to share greater insight on this, it would be much appreciated. All my loving gratitude.
That extra push can really be of benefit because whatever is there, if you can give it attention, give it action, give it a push, whatever, it can make a big difference in moving the energy quicker rather than ignoring it. A lot of people will ignore it and say, oh, it's too late, I need to get some sleep. But really, if you can really stay up with it for a while and just give the loving to it, it can transform it very quickly, and you might find it dissolve earlier than not.
I've always found not avoiding things always makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I found that anytime we avoid anything, that energy is just backed up in us. And this is part of an answer for even the previous question. Sometimes when we're not handling maybe all the things we need to handle, those energies can back up and cause anxiety, cause insomnia, cause all kinds of stuff. And so it really is about completing things. That's a big one. And that's the same thing of saying, well, to get our karmas done, we need to take action. We need to complete things. And that's really the truth, that we need to complete things, no matter what it is. If it's present and we feel it pushing inside of us, we need to handle it. If we ignore that, the energies back up, and then they come out in all kinds of other ways that are often negative or disturbing. And so if you want to keep things on more of a positive track, then handle things as they come up. And that way we keep ourselves in really more of the movement and flow of loving, rather than avoidance, which always is going to cause disturbance. And at the same time, we avoid things because of fears or judgments or whatever. And that's just how it works. It's very ordinary, common, practical how all of this works. But if we pay attention to all those things, which we talk about all the time here, you're going to see how really easy it all is. But it's just a matter of literally handling it, doing it, taking action. And that itself is going to transform your life for the better in all kinds of ways, whether you meditate or not. But if you meditate, man, it's going to take it to a whole nother level, let alone give you the greater clarity and awareness of the things that you do need to handle, inwardly and outwardly. I've learned, Jim, I was doing all the inner work, and Jim was saying, you need to take physical action. So I learned when I started doing physical actions as well as all the inner work and inner actions, well, that was the last part. And the next part I had to do to move things. And so take physical actions too on things. Like if there's something you need to get done, go get it done. And I don't mean like a fantasy thing. I mean like just basic survival. If you need to make money, go make money, get a job, go do whatever. If you need to go grocery shopping, go grocery shopping. If you need some sleep, go sleep. If you need literally physically do stuff in addition to the inner work, but always, doing the inner work first is going to really clear the path. And if the grace can handle some of it where you don't need to handle it all physically, then it will. And if anything, it'll help, again, bring more clarity and understanding of what to even do physically, to take care of yourself, or including taking care of others if that's what you need to do, because it's part of your responsibility and where your lessons are. And that's the important thing there.
Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I really missed you and your videos. So grateful to be able to see you all again. Sharing. In approximately 8 months, I have lost my mom, in parentheses, emotionally, my dad, in parentheses, physically and emotionally, my aunt, in parentheses, my dad's sister, and 2 cousins, in parentheses, emotionally. It is a lot. I feel drained, very tired inside. emotionally empty and very sad. Sometimes I feel nothing. It is like that the karma is done with my dad, as you, Jim, said do. So I'm going to lose those people whom were attached to that karma as well, like my aunt from my dad's side and her kids also. But that's a question mark.
Yes, and just literally going by the words that's being shared, it's telling me that you've looked at a lot of your connection through the emotions, not emotions are only one basis of relationship. And if you look at that emotional component as if that's not there, then you don't have a relationship. For you, that may be true, but it's not necessarily true. For other people, they do it through the mind. Other people do it through finances. Other people do it through food. Other people do it through, family relationships. Other people do it through fantasy. And that's just all the different ways to work our karmas out. So if your emotional karmas are getting handled, wonderful, because we got to get free of those. But that's not the basis of every relationship. Okay. So the idea here is to really, yes, we want to get free and liberated, but if it's out of denial, avoidance, and just because we're upset, we don't have an emotional connection, that's not liberation. That's just reaction of not getting things the way we want things. So we need to look at what that is inside of us, that what is really going on that emotional basis. And if we've been living our lives through that emotional connection, to me, that's saying we haven't been getting the love that we've been seeking. So we've been seeking it through all these relationships, okay? And obviously on this pathway, we want to seek that inner love with God, the love with God and self-love, to really bring that into communion. So that as we get that more fully inside of us, we don't need it from out here. We don't go seeking it out here. And then when it does happen out here, it's a wonderful flow because it's done out of neutrality. And then it's a real movement of loving through the soul to soul, not emotion to emotion. So you've been living your life emotionally. What we want to do is live life spiritually. So there's a neutrality. We're not attached emotionally, we're not attached mentally, we're not attached physically, financially, all that. But rather, well, in truth, I can't even call it attachment, because in soul and spirit, we're all one. There's no attachment, so. It's truly living a life based in neutrality through unconditional loving. Now, if we could all relate that way and all of our relationships are that way, we won't have any karma. And that's what we're trying to do here. That's the joke, though, because as long as we're in a body, there's always some kind of, physical, astral, emotional, mental, karmic attachment. But yet to live solically to relate, we've got to get free of all these other attachments. The truth is, and the funny thing is, that's the big joke, haha, is that when we really learn to live fully through the soul level relationship without any of the other, well, guess what? We're going to die because there's no need for all the other. We've learned all the lessons there. But while we're here, we want to keep learning to live more through unconditional loving and relating with everybody, whether they're family or not family. It's not about family. So that tells me you've got a lot of emotional connection to what family means. Okay, because I've seen a lot of people lose their physical families and have the best spiritual families, right? Really deep friendships that are like family, that are probably better than family because they've got a different basis than just bloodline. So part of this is getting that different perspective. In other words, learning to relate more through the soul, which is unconditionally loving. It doesn't have the expectations, the demands, the obligations, but rather just relates through loving. That's the real goal that really every soul is after, whether we know it or not. And especially if you're walking this pathway and you're initiated doing a meditation, that's definitely something you want to look at doing. And realize that the emotional connections are going away, wonderful, you're getting free. The wonderful thing is when you free that, then spirit now flows, including through the emotions. But then it's not an emotional connection, it's a movement of loving through the emotions. And then you feel this heartfelt movement, but no attachments. Then it's a movement of joy, and you're free. And even if it's a movement of pain, you express it freely, literally almost with joy. You cry, you let your pain express. You're vulnerable, you're open, even on an emotional level, but you're free in doing that. That's how we live neutrally and truly live all of our relationships based on loving, not based on emotions, not thoughts, not belief systems, not anything else. And that's the opportunity for all of us. And anything short of that, it's just reminding us, oh, here's where some more work is, here's some more forgiveness to do, here's some more of that inner work. That's what we say, that's the inner work, but that inner work is worthy of the result, which is what I'm just talking about now. And that's what we're all shooting for. So if anything, it sounds like you're having a whole nother level of awakening through all this to come into a greater understanding of what I'm talking about now. So wonderful, and congratulations on that. Not to deny any of how hard I'm sure it's been, but to embrace really the freedom of what you've gone through. And really that freedom is now letting you know you're freer to move more and more into spirit, because you don't have now all these emotional connections.
And if there's a lesson in there, it'll come back. It'll come forward so that you're reminded, okay, here's where you've got to learn something from these people, from this person, from this group, from the dynamic of it all. And if it comes up, then look and see, how do I go about learning it? Is it through loving, accepting, or forgiving? Is it for me taking responsibility? Is it for me letting go of any responsibility I think I have with them? I mean, you just have to look and see what the dynamic really is about. And if nothing comes forward, then it's done, and just keep moving forward.
So I'm going to finish reading the email, but you've answered a lot of it.
Okay.
How can I support myself to get through this huge change? They all happen quite close together. That's what bothers me. I do not know how much I can handle. Also, how can I support myself to get over it, step forward to what is next, to see the here and now, and look forward to the future rather than looking back? How can I let more loving in during meditation, during my outer life? ? It is strange not knowing how to do it, but I clearly stepping into a better and more loving life now, and it's so new for me. Thank you for all your support, loving, understanding, and clarification. In loving, your initiate.
Excellent. I mean, excellent. It's great to hear that acknowledgement right there at the end. So
Yeah.
good for you. You're recognizing it. That's the key. And yes, we already did answer that, but if you pay attention to what we said, then there you go. So wonderful. Anything more?
Oh, getting free is the thing. You know, sometimes freedom means letting go and moving on, and maybe leaving people behind in a sense, because they're not moving in their life. They're stagnant, and they just want us to stagnate with them. And that's not this pathway. This pathway is ever moving forward. And when the karmas come to an end, we've got to move forward to what's next and not hold on to the past. So that's good. Sounds like you are moving forward into a much better place.
Being distracted. Dear Jim and Brian, thank you to you both, including Kelsey, Tanya, and Abe, who continuously help to keep us on our pathway and connected. No question, just a huge thank you to Jim in answering my big question today regarding quote unquote distraction. I've been so frustrated and depressed even during today's meditation because I could not focus. More so following our retreat, I feel like I should be better, but not so. So thank you. I love each of you for giving us so much. You're dedicated and quote unquote trying to be a better initiate.
Very good.
Thank you.
I would say you're being a better initiate, you're not trying.
Jim's trying to be a better teacher.
All right. Hello, beautiful souls. So happy. Did you want me to pause?
Oh, you're doing great. I love it when I try to stir something, you do ignore it, move into next. Oh,
Pretty obvious, huh? All right. So happy to see you all and be joining in class. Today's talks were awesome. Thank you so much. I have a couple questions I was seeking clarity on. One, although I experience Jim and Brian occasionally inwardly, I mainly see Kelsey a lot. But what does it mean when the three of you are together? Sometimes it feels like Brian is teaching Kelsey inwardly and it's witnessed by Jim and I'm the lesson. Any insights on that? And do you want to, should I do the second one? It's short, or do you want me to stop?
is it along the same lines or just something different?
I think it's an experience, so it's different. So I'll stop here for now.
Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, you.
You said more you.
Guys.
We're supposed to do this back and forth. You stopped too soon.
Oh, I did.
No, you.
No, I said you, I stopped.
Well, now I forgot what it even was.
Oh my God.
So obviously this is somebody who really knows Kelsey and loves her, likes her, is attached to her. Right? Kelsey, are you there?
I'm here. It's an initiate, and I
I'm
mean,
playing.
I think they all love me and are attached to me, and everything you just said.
Good.
All right,
Thank you,
well,
Jim.
there you go. We had to play out on this level what the person was saying on the inner. Yes. So I've shared this before and I'll share it again. So a lot of the reason Kelsey's here doing what she does is because she is what you could call an apostle and does a lot of the service, obviously, just like you're doing right now. And it is not uncommon for the Holy Spirit to use whatever form is going to best assist the soul on its journey. So in this case, for the person writing this in, then the Holy Spirit is using Kelsey's form because that's what they're more, let's say, open and available for learning through. And the Holy Spirit's working through Kelsey to assist you on your journey. And at the same time, you're being shown some of those dynamics that goes on for any apostle, because in truth, I'm an apostle of Jim's, you know. I may be what you could call a spiritual teacher now, but Jim's still my teacher, so you could say I'm an apostle's his. It's a little more than that, but just kind of trying to give an example is what I'm saying. There's always teaching, there's always learning. Okay, so you're getting to see some of that dynamic so that you understand that. And even, it doesn't matter what labels we give. What matters is there's a certain way Spirit works, and it's very practical. Just like anybody who has a lot of experience in an area, they're able to teach from their experience. And so people who don't have that experience are learning, right? And then as people learn and have that experience, they're able to teach and share that with others. very practical in that way. So you're seeing that, and that's the same thing happening spiritually here. Okay, so obviously to me, Kelsey's one that you've worked with more, even on physically, I would guess, say so, that now Spirit's using her on the inner to assist you in that way as well. The key thing is, it's all a movement of the Holy Spirit and supporting you regardless of the form or personage in which that's unraveling or in which that's awakening in that way. So it's fun, and that's why I'm trying to have fun with it, because that is actually part of what goes on here. I should just say spiritually, not physically, but spiritually, that's what goes on. And it's wonderful that you're aware of that dynamic and that you're participating and that you're learning and growing. That's really the key here. So I hope I answered that okay amidst all the goofing off and playing around. That sound
I think
okay?
it sounds good.
All right, does that work, Kels?
Sure, whatever you want to say or share.
I don't know if it's whatever I want to say. I don't know if God would like that, or at least Jim wouldn't.
Whatever is present to share from the Holy Spirit in this moment, I'm good.
That's the question, right? The Holy Spirit or Brian?
Okay.
Did you hear that?
No, what did he say?
I said, that is the question.
It is up to you to figure it out. That's an easy one. Do you experience loving and peace and grace, or do you experience Brian?
And he's laughing because he knows the difference.
Thank God, God's grace trumps all of it, man. Thank God. Sorry, I used the wrong word there. Don't want to stir any political things.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Is that okay, Jim?
Please move on.
Because this will go on forever and not get
Yes,
anywhere.
that's right.
Okay, so number 2, Kelsey killed me inwardly with a thistle flower inside a lighthouse. It
Maybe
was
she-
What?
Go ahead, sorry.
It was a beautiful experience, but really long to send in. Any insight on the thistle? Oh, and Kelsey killing me. Ha ha ha. Much loving to you all, your loving initiate.
Kelsey killed her with a thistle flower.
Oh, thistle flower, okay. If anything, I think Kelsey is symbolic of something within yourself that is recognizing that there's a part of you that needs to be let go of, or have it die off, or not keep expressing it. And it's almost saying it's taking an outside energy to kill it, to stop it from doing what it continues to do. So whatever it is, let it die when it can. Let it fall to the wayside, and not something you keep on dragging around or repeating again and again when it doesn't really serve you well.
And if you need more understanding, just look at what a thistle flower symbolizes to you, as well as Kelsey. Literally. I mean, I could put my own interpretations, but I know thistle's meant to help cleanse the liver and other things that are healthy in that way. So who knows? Maybe that's part of the cleansing, so that whatever the lesson there is dies off. And obviously, just to make this clear, and my joking aside, it's not about Kelsey, as Jim said. This symbolizes something inside of yourself. And so it's a matter of, in a sense, interpreting those symbols as to what that is. But the main thing is, if there's a death there, that's saying already that it's completed. And if it's completed, that's the main thing. And if there's meant to be awareness around what that is around, well, then that awareness will either already be there, or it'll show up just by literally having this conversation. But it's not something you have to figure out. It's just, if an experience happened, the experience happened and it's done. And you just keep moving forward regardless.
Yeah, it'll be a difference. There'll be a change in it all, but it'll be a good change, so that'll be wonderful.
Okay. Dream and question. Good seeing y'all. Beautiful sunny day here, so you can come home now. I recently had a dream where I was with Brian in a church that was empty, and he was having me put ILM's scheduled events on a bulletin board. I've always wondered if chanting one of the holy names was beneficial. I have a favorite, and sometimes it just rolls off my lips. Also, recently I was listening again to the talk where Jim talks about repeating, I am one with the omnipotence, omnipresence, omniscience of God for 90 days. My chatty Kathy mind loves having to go to a value rather than the junk it comes up with. Any suggestions? In loving and joy.
Well, chanting I am one with the omnipotence and so on with God is a better way to fill your consciousness with the truth of who you are than letting the mind just wander around and fill it with all kinds of stuff. And the more you chant it, the more it becomes a reality for you until all of a sudden you really step into it. So I would say just continue doing that and find find out what the surface is of it for you. What changes, what wakes up, what leaves, because things will change, that's for sure.
It's okay to have, for a time, like one of the names of God. Like I know for me, I sometimes focus on the fifth name, of course, the soul level. It's what we all want, right? So sometimes I'll chant that repeatedly, but always come back to all the names together. Okay, don't just focus on one. Again, just temporarily, if something is there, that's fine. And also, you may be working through something on that level, so repeating that may assist you in just working the energy on that level. But eventually, in our regular meditation, we really want to use all five together, because it's all five that makes up the full name of God. Okay, so the full presence through every level. But to let it unfold. But I won't make any superstitions, rituals, traditions, or anything out of that. Because the mind will want us to do that, and that's part of the game of the mind. And if you've got a chatty Cathy mind, like it sounds like, you need to be watchful of that, because it can play tricks on you by creating superstitions and doing these different things. That's where sometimes having the discipline to just hold to certain things steadfast is sometimes what we need to do to break certain patterns of the mind and retrain it into something new that's really going to support us spiritually. That's why chanting all the names together is a way to support of holding to that, so we really get the fullness of what the name is there to do as far as bringing a liberation for us. Okay. I need a minute.
Tell me to read the first part.
Yeah, no, I just remembered. I just had to go back there a sec. The church represents what, right? Symbolically, the church. Some people think their body's the temple, right? So literally the church can be symbolic of your own inner temple, your own inner kingdom. And so with me there, it's like a reminder, well, okay, here's the ILM events. So you're posting these ILM events to help remind you of, hey, there's a gathering time at the temple, your consciousness. It doesn't matter if it's me or Jim or Jesus, whoever, to remind you, oh yeah, this is what we're doing at church. This is a time for God. This is a time in the sacred place, the inner temple. So to me, that's symbolic of your consciousness and a reminder of the ILM events. And obviously the main event is the daily meditation, right? Regular church services, regular. We want to do it, the meditation daily, as well as, of course, like our monthly broadcasts and other classes and events we do, but especially the daily meditation. So to me, that's what that's saying, is just those reminders for you to pay attention to, that this is important, your spiritual journey, your spiritual life, this relationship you're developing with God, because that's what we're doing here. And that's where it's not personal. It's not about me or Jim or Kelsey or Jesus. It's really about God. Our role is just to be of service to that, to support that, to help give direction and understanding of how we can each do that for ourselves. Okay? What was the one after that, Kelsey?
No, you covered them all.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the bulletin board, right?
Yeah, that's what the bulletin board was to me.
Yeah.
But again, this is my interpretation. You may have a different understanding, but I'm just sharing from how I would look at that, what that would mean to be symbolically. A bulletin board to post like the events, like you're saying, as a reminder. And yeah, that can sound like, well, you already know and you're posting it for others to show up. Sure, that can be part of it too. I mean, if part of your service action is sharing that loving that you're awakening into and experiencing, and that's part of the service of sharing that with others, well, yeah, that can be symbolic of that as well, no question. But it's really got to come out of that place from you, from your daily habits, and your attending your inner sanctuary, your church, your inner church, and doing that, and then sharing that from others if they want to partake or attend those events as well.
Okay, we have two more.
Okay.
There are times when I meditate that I feel energy restored, and at times I quote unquote come back and I'm extremely tired. Why the extreme fatigue after meditation?
Well, there's this thing called the inner work. So, there's definitely, when we meditate in the times we fill our tank, right? We're running on empty, we meditate and we get all this love and it fills us up, so it gives us energy. So yeah, I mean, I wish it were that way every day and all the time. Well, it actually is. We're filling our tank every time we meditate. But there's also obviously the meditations where not only do we fill our tank, but now we're really working through our lessons. These are the ones where we're expending a lot of energy, working through, forgiving, accepting, loving, seeing what we can do to take responsibility for our thoughts and feelings and actions and reactions. That's often where we may experience more of the inner struggle. Okay? It to me is whenever we're tired, it's because we're dealing with that inner struggle of moving through whatever those life lessons are, those things that we're struggling with, that we're challenged by, to move through the fears, the judgments, the concerns. And so to me, that's where we're really doing more of the inner work of like the LAF stuff. Or even if we're not consciously doing it, but we're literally just focused on chanting the name and loving God and letting God love us. So literally, even if we're doing that, but we're tired, to me, that's what's going on unconsciously, is that inner work is going on, and that we're keeping our focus on God, but allowing that loving to work with us and in us and through us to assist us to move through these things. So that's still expending the energy. And that's, again, part of the blessing, though, of doing the meditation, is that, yes, it's filling us, but it's also now doing a lot of that work for us. But it's still an expenditure of energy, which is obviously why we want to keep filling our tank every day by doing the daily meditation. And if anything, it's nice to hear your awareness of this. And I'm sure there's probably a lot more you could say in regards to this, but just those two things is a great awareness. So if you want to take it a step further, just pay attention. The days you feel more worn out, like how did your meditation go? What took place? What's going on? This is where journaling can help sometimes. You can actually start to see and become more aware of these patterns as they unfold. That's all I've done, is just paid attention over the years of the daily meditation of what takes place in me. What do I go through, both physically, mentally, emotionally, astrally, all of it. Just that's the self-study. And it's just comes over time of these awakenings and awarenesses. Everything we share here literally is our own experience over doing this for years. And that's where it's the same for all of us. The longer we do this and the more we do, the more experience we're going to have and the greater understanding we'll have from all that. So just take it that next level. Looks like Jim's expended a bit of energy today, huh? Wow, that one didn't even wake him up, so he must be really gone. Oh, that one got him.
I'm awake. Just watching inside.
What'd you see?
Sparkles.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I guess we're down to the last question.
Okay.
Last one. Dream interpretation. Hi, Jim and Brian. There is a man who is dressed in a hooded robe or cover who is going to hurt me and others. I see him before going into this room where I will be taking a shower. A man who I know is already showering. I take a seat next to a woman I know, then close the little half door as we wait our turn. I see the outer door can be locked and pushed the door lock, which stays pushed in the knob, but I know it won't keep that man out. He comes in and tells me or demands that I get out, but I can't get out. I'm stuck to the chair. I keep struggling to push off or get out because he keeps calling or telling me to come to him. I'm scared, and finally the man who was showering sees him and hits him. Now we can both get out of our seats. I'm soon approaching a beach with a beautiful ocean of clear blue water at the shoreline where beach goers are playing. Now I'm leaving the beach, going up a staircase, and continue to look at the beautiful beach and loving the bright blue ocean. Then I see another part of the ocean, dark gray, at the top of the stairs. I can still visualize the ocean and would appreciate any understanding. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Okay, so when there's two different oceans, so I'm going to start and then kind of back up. There's the ocean of life called this world, and then there's the ocean of loving called the spiritual. And in order to go to the ocean of loving, we have to cross the ocean of this world. Okay? So as we're crossing this ocean, that means we're going to move through the physical, the astral, the causal, the mental, and the etheric, right? So when I hear experience like this, especially if it's dealing with fear, that means these are the things that we're breaking free of, the fears we're breaking free of to cross the ocean of life, the sea of life, I like to call it, to differentiate, meaning a little smaller. And especially when you say like a dark gray type of a thing. So that to me tells me too, that's part of the sea of life or ocean of life in this world. And definitely the experiences, one, the hooded man being hooded says it's unknown. So there's some fear. If he's hooded and you can't see his face, it means to me that the fear is not realized yet, the lesson's not fully revealed yet. That whatever he represents or symbolizes in your consciousness, it's about some fear inside of you. And my guess would be it is something around men and probably sexuality and probably not feeling safe physically or emotionally around situations like this. Okay? And yet there's this other male that was showering, came out hitting the hooded one. So to me, this is saying something about the same fear you have running, but a positive and negative side running inside of you. You've got a positive side that's kind of your protector, and then the negative side that seems to be more trying to victimize you. And they are two sides of the same coin, because everything in polarity is a positive, negative. So whatever this fear is that you have in situations like this around men, that tells me you see the positive side of man as a protector, but then the negative side like that could be an abuser. And to look at that, especially when it comes to like showering, nakedness, whatever that is, and the locked doors also tell me that you have probably created boundaries in yourself, whether now or previously in the past, and you're seeing the fallacy of the boundaries, that those fears, nothing can stop it. They're going to break through the doors, do whatever. And that's true. That's why I've said about boundaries, they don't really work. They can temporarily to give us I hate to say it, but it's a false sense of security, because it's arbitrary. It's based on what we think we need to do to feel safe, but that's still saying we've got a fear running and we're not safe. So we want to really address the actual fear, not create arbitrary or false boundaries that trying to make ourselves feel safe, that they're not actually safe. So that to me is saying that you're recognizing that now, that whatever you've done in the past, you're seeing the fallacy of it, that it's not really keeping you safe, which is good, because you want that to drop away and address the fear directly. So you're getting closer. So I'd say the positive side, that hitting that is now getting closer to where you're confronting both the positive and negative of whatever this symbolizes for you. Okay, I don't know exactly what it is. I'm trying to give you the idea around it all so that you can begin to look to see what do these males figures represent directly for yourself, because they are the positive and negative side of one pattern, one basis of some kind of fear, and more than likely dealing with men. Okay, so to look at that, whether it's your own father, like a father figure that symbolically, the father and the mother both bring in certain lessons that, we incarnate through them as well as whatever's happened in our life, as we've grown up, is to look at those experiences. So somewhere in there, you would have more of the clarity than what I can give you. But hopefully what I'm sharing now gives you enough an idea that you can address that and begin to work with the LAF to begin to free that in you so you don't have this anymore. And the fact that it's at the ocean there and the beach, like I was saying, and the cross and the gray, to me, the gray area is letting you know that's another way of symbolizing you don't really know who the hooded figure is, so it's unknown, but yet it's gray, not totally dark, this other part. So to me, it says you're beginning to wake up to what this fear is. It's revealing itself now, and you're right like towards the end of whatever the lesson is that this fear represents. And it's also telling me it's out of the mind, because at the top there, you're now approaching the mind, which also can be the seed of the karma. The seed often starts in the mind as a belief system, a pattern that begins to perpetrate itself now from the mind down through the emotions, imagination, and into the physical. So that tells me you're getting now up towards the top now to the core of this, that you're like right there. And so the next steps, and hopefully sharing about this, asking about it, and hearing this will support you into now finishing or fulfilling the rest of whatever that lesson is that the fear represents in there. Did I miss anything, Kelsey, that might help?
I'm looking right now. So the one man hit the other man, and then she could get out of her seat.
That's the positive protector side.
Yeah.
So that she felt safe enough to get out of her seat and move.
Yeah. And then you addressed the ocean and the top of the stairs, the dark gray. think that's it.
Yeah, again, the top of the stairs representing you're at the top there, so you're just getting to the seed where it's almost complete here. So just look at more, what is the fear specifically? If you're aware of the fear, whatever it is running in you, then address it directly with loving, accepting, forgiving, and let go of boundaries. No more false security. Real security comes from not avoiding, by confronting the fears, by loving the fears, by giving them up to God, so that eventually, through God's grace, they just are dissolved. And now the only real security is truly loving itself. Everything else is literally a false sense of security. The only true security is loving itself. So we've got to move into that loving, to have the true, full, not sense, but true security, because that cannot be harmed. So there's nothing to protect. There's nothing that can harm it. And that's the journey we're on here. And Jim's answering it on another level. Was there more, Kelsey? Or is
No,
that-
that's it. That's it.
You slept through it all, Jim.
Good.
Well, how about that? We're only just a little bit over the time. Not bad.
Well, thank you all. Wonderful sharing and wonderful questions and some pretty good answers.